Okay, we do have all the jurors. Anything else that we need to discuss?
No, thank you, Judge.
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and bring them down.
Should I get Sergeant Aldridge back on the stand?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
The director down? Yes.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Getting to sleep, or you still?
I worked last night, sir.
Well, hopefully we'll get you out of here fairly quick today.
Thanks, sir.
Please rise for the jury.
Morning, please be seated. And we're going to pick back up with Sergeant today, and Officer, reminder, you're still on the road.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Brewster?
Good morning, Detective Aldridge.
Good morning, ma'am.
My name is Lacey Jane Brewster. I'm Mr. Hildabrand's attorney. I just have some follow-up based off your direct examination, sir. So you talked about collecting a garbage can in this case and looking inside of it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you personally take the garbage can? Did you move the garbage can?
I moved the garbage can. So the garbage can, like I said, had been collected by the contractors that had, wherever they had found it, and they'd moved it back out to Alpenhorn, which is the main drive that leads off of Brayton. And I took it off of their truck and took custody of it. And then I moved that trash can from there to where I processed it.
And in that processing, you took 2 swabs of red stains inside the can for testing purposes.
I believe Officer Lasoya actually obtained the samples with the swabs.
And you used fingerprint powder and brushes to attempt to locate and process any latent fingerprints.
Yes, ma'am.
And you observed items inside of the garbage can, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified with Ms. Dunlop that those items, you were 100% sure they were organic,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
You were 100% certain that they were consistent with human skin.
I knew they were organic. Human skin, that I can't tell you. All I know is it wasn't a cleaning wipe or a rag, but it was definitely organic. I could tell it was a dermis.
Okay. And I believe when you were testifying prior, you said 100% certain. Is that accurate?
That it was organic?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
And in the course of your work in this case, you wrote a police report, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And did you bring that report with you today?
I did.
And police reports go through a review process, correct?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
And do you recall what day you authored your report?
By policy, most the reports that we do are authored the day that we take the action on whatever we're doing. So in this particular case, I would have believed, I probably would have authored it not on the 10th, because the 10th is when the beginning process started with the trash can, and then that segued into the second call out, which was approximately 6 p.m. And then that processing system for that second part of it, that was a lengthy procedure. So I don't know if I began authoring it on the 11th or the 10th.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure.
So it was near the time that you observed what you testified you were 100% certain was organic material in the garbage can. You wrote your report near in time to that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Within a day or two?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you write a report, it's important that they're accurate, correct?
Yes, of course.
For example, a prosecutor is going to receive your report, correct?
Any part of that whole process, they could receive my report, correct?
And so people rely on it. The prosecutor is going to rely on what you wrote in your report.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Fair to say, you know, that a defense attorney will get your report.
Absolutely.
And fair to say a defense attorney would rely on the information you put in your report.
Yes, ma'am.
And you make sure when you write your report that, well, do words matter?
Absolutely.
And so when you're writing your report, you're conscientious of the words you're using.
Yes, ma'am.
And to you, what does the word possible mean?
Not certain.
Okay. And do you recall if you documented in your report if you collected two pieces, two items from the garbage can?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recall if at the time you wrote the report, if you documented what you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the exact language of your report?
I don't. I would have to refer to my report, but
I would ask, you have your report with you?
I do.
And may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I just want to make sure we're looking at the same report.
We are looking at the same report.
Okay, I would ask you to look at page 2.
Yep.
And the second paragraph / sentence.
Certainly.
get an opportunity to refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
And back in 2023, was it your position that the organic material that you seized from the garbage can was possible organic?
At the time I authored the report, that's what I wrote in my report, that I had seized 2 pieces of possibly or possible organic material from the trash can.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Can you read right?
Sure. Sergeant Aldrich, you were asked about the swabs of the red stains, and you said Officer Lasoya did that?
I believe Officer Lasoya took the samples after at end of process. And I'm sure you've heard this, but it's a process. There's photographs, there's a lot of documentation that goes in before the collection of evidence. And I believe Officer Lasoya actually took the swabs.
Okay, and then did those get tagged and put into evidence?
Yes, ma'am, that's part of the procedure. After they're collected, they're packaged in accordance with our policy and then sent to our property evidence room and let the detectives know that, hey, this is a sample that we have collected.
Okay, and then the organic material that was removed, was that taken and put into evidence?
Yes, ma'am. I took them, and I actually, because there were 2 separate ones, I think I packaged them separately, 1 and 2, or A and B.
Okay, and are you positive about that?
I'm not positive.
Okay.
I would imagine that's how I would do it.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a property and evidence report?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
I don't know actually what date it is. The last entry on there.
Yeah, the last entry is of organic material from the front lid of the trash can. So there's 1 property tag associated with this, so it would be in 1 package, not 2.
Okay, and what is that tag number?
Tag number for this one is 1347620.
Okay, and you called it organic material without qualification there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you talked about the report being authored the day that you took the action. What time did you finish with the trash can approximately?
Approximately, I know it would have taken, it took about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours to do that. And I can't remember exactly when Sergeant Reynolds had called us to go start this process, but it would have been 1.5, 2 hours after that is when that would have been done.
Okay. So if it'll refresh your recollection, you go ahead and refer to your report. But did you get called at about 6:30 or 18:29 to then go to the storm drain site?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you finished the trash can in the late afternoon, and is it your recollection that it was almost immediate that you went from the trash can processing to the storm drain?
Yeah, there was not a long separation of time from the time that I had finished processing the trash can and packaged and taken all that property that we had seized to property and evidence before I got the second call around 1800 hours, 6 o'clock in the evening, saying, okay, this has shifted. Now you're going back to the scene and this is what you're going to be doing. That was the processing of the storm drain.
Okay, and how long did the processing of the storm drain take?
Without looking at my report, I know it was dark when we left, so it was a series of hours. If we started at 6, I want to say midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, and that would have been August 11th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you would have authored your report either contemporaneously or within hours of that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. It ends in 21 and 20. I might have been corrected on something here. Huh. Go ahead and look at the next page of that report, just to make sure we have that organic material identified properly. Is there a second package?
There is. So the first tag that I referred to, 1347620, organic material from front lid of trash can, and another tag, 1347621, again, organic material from trash can.
Okay, so there were two pieces packaged separately as you described.
Yes, ma'am.
And sent to the crime lab.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you would expect the crime lab would test for DNA or be able to speak further about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's all the questions I have for you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Ma'am, sir, sorry. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor, the state's next witness is going to be Officer Alex Losoya. If I could just have a few moments to set up our tech as she comes in.
Sure.
Thank you.
Morning, officer.
Good
Before you
morning,
have a
sir.
seat, if you please raise your right hand.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case now before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can be seated. Could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Could you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, Alexandria Losoya, Alexandria Losoya.
Good morning, Officer Losoya. How are you?
Good morning, good, how are you?
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and explain who you are and what you do?
Yes. My name is Alex Losoya. I am a police officer with the Anchorage Police Department. Currently, I'm assigned to day shift patrol, so I work from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. In addition to that, I am also a field training officer. So as a field training officer, it's my responsibility to help train the officers who have graduated the academy and help them continue their training in the field. And then in addition to that, from 2022 to 2024, I also served as a member of the crime scene team.
And a few pieces there. Were you also a uniformed investigator?
Yes, yes.
What is that?
I was. A uniformed investigator is an officer who is on duty, and they respond to calls for service and help process those scenes for evidence. So it's usually somebody who has more training in evidence collection and processing of scenes.
So you started as a patrol officer and you got training on crime scene and evidence collection on that level?
Yes, as well.
And then you moved up a little bit, became a UI, and then finally you went to crime scene, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what training did you get to be on crime scene?
So on crime scene, we had monthly trainings. And then in addition to that, I also took some courses at the state crime lab. It was crime scene processing and then advanced crime scene processing. And then also took some additional courses there like foot impressions and then crime scene chemicals.
When you were a member of the crime scene team, can you estimate how many scenes you responded to and worked?
Yes, it was approximately 25 scenes in 2 years.
And have you since left crime scene?
I did.
Do you miss crime scene though?
I miss it a lot. I just needed a little bit of a work-life balance.
Is it a tasking job?
It is. It's exhausting, but it's incredible.
And on August 9th, 2023, were you a member of crime scene at that time?
I was.
And had you been on it for a few years at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you called out to 5210 Mockingbird Drive, apartment number 13?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you get called out? What was that process for you?
So our crime scene team lead at the time was Officer Keating. He had called and requested I respond as a member of the crime scene team regarding a suspicious missing persons case.
And when you arrived on scene, did you and the other members of the crime scene team meet and confer?
Yes, we did.
And why do you do that?
So we get a brief from our crime scene team lead, a little bit about the case of why we're there. We don't get told all of the details initially, so that way it kind of keeps out the bias. And then we are all divvied up tasks. So for example, my task that day was to diagram the scene.
And were you and the other members there to execute a search warrant that was granted by the court?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that your role was diagramming. What does that mean?
Yes.
So we are diagramming the scene so that way we can recreate the scene if needed. So we're going to, for example, this room, I would go through, draw out all of the walls. We would measure the walls and the distance between each wall, and then we would measure if there was a piece of evidence, for example, here on the table, we would have a reference point. That way, if we needed to recreate that scene, we can do that. So we would take measurements off of a certain point where that piece of evidence was located.
So is it to aid and to give a visual picture if maybe all the photos would be lost or something?
Yes,
You could
ma'am.
still reference that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also assist in packaging evidence that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that with Detective C?
Yes.
Were you called out again in reference to this case on August 10th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that around 15 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
And in normal people time, what is that?
That's gonna be 2:15.
Okay.
Sorry.
And where were you called out to?
So I was called out to our indoor secured storage unit. They had recovered a garbage can that they wanted processed for evidence.
And up on the screen, I have previously admitted Exhibit 251. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am. That's the trash can that they wanted us to process for evidence.
And who was present with you when you were examining this trash can? The entire team or just certain members?
No, just certain members, because it was a smaller, we didn't need the whole team for processing a simple trash can. So it was Detective Aldridge and Detective C.
Thank you. And what did you observe about the trash can when you arrived?
So the things that I immediately noticed about the trash can was that there was a strong foul odor. And then we saw some strange organic material that was found inside the trash can, as well as some reddish brown colored stains in there as well.
Up on the screen, I have Exhibit 254. Is that, and Madam Clerk, can we turn down the lights just a bit? Thank you. Is that some of the organic material and reddish brown stains you were talking about?
Yeah, so the organic material is going to be there, and then this spot there.
So those two pieces of fleshy-looking stringy stuff?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you were processing the trash can, what role were you assigned that day?
I was assigned with swabbing evidence and as well as assisting with packaging evidence.
And when you were assisting with packaging, was Detective C assigned to photographs?
Yes, she was.
And then was Detective Aldridge collecting evidence?
Yes.
And you were assisting in both of those things?
Correct.
Did you also do the hemosticks and swabs?
We did. Yes.
Up on the screen, I have Exhibit 250. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's a hemosticks with a presumptive positive for blood.
And how, could it be blood or could it be other things as well?
So it's typically a presumptive positive for blood. That a hemosticks reacts to the hemoglobin found in blood, which is a protein-rich cell, or protein-rich, I'm sorry, I'm losing the word. Substance, thank you, found in blood. So we consider that a presumptive positive. Typically, you'll see the yellow on that hemosticks. It's going to be yellow, and then when we roll on a sample of that swab, if it turns a dark blue or a dark green color, like above in the photo, it's going to be a presumptive positive for blood.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
And acting as evidence custodian that day, did you assign tag numbers to all pieces of evidence?
Yes, we did.
And what's a tag number?
A tag number is just a identification number for each piece of evidence.
When you were assisting in packaging, did you observe Detective Aldridge lift print cards from this trash can?
Yes.
And what does that mean?
Print cards?
Yes.
Yep, so he processed different parts of the trash can for evidence, and then like fingerprints and stuff like that. And so what a print card is just simply lifting that print and then placing it on a card. So that way the crime lab can test that print.
And did you collect that and put it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that under tag number 1347619?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Speaking back to the organic material you pointed out to the jurors, I'll just back up on the screen to Exhibit 254.
Mm-hmm.
Did you and Detective Aldridge individually package each of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one labeled as tag number 1347620?
Yes.
And was the other labeled as 1347621?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did you also submit the entire trash can as a piece of evidence in this?
Yes, we did.
Thank you. Were you called out again in reference to this case that day?
Yes, I was called out later that evening.
And why were you called out?
They had located Saria's body near the Mockingbird Apartments near Brayton off that frontage road.
And you had been at the apartment the day prior, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived at the scene on that frontage road to that drain, how close were you?
It was fairly close. I'm really bad at estimate, but I would say probably 200 yards, 300 yards. It was really close.
Could you almost or actually even see the building from the storm drain?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. And when you arrived on scene, was the crime scene van brought out?
Yes.
And what is that?
Crime scene van, so self-explanatory. It's a big van. It's it looks like a motorhome, and it's got all of our tools used for processing crime scenes.
And was that parked on Alpenhorn at the end of that frontage road?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that directly, almost adjacent to that apartment
Yes,
building?
ma'am.
What role were you assigned that day?
I was assigned video footage. So my job was to collect video footage of the scene.
And did you do so that day?
I did.
Did you take one video, two videos, or multiple videos?
I took multiple videos.
And why would you do that?
So we take multiple videos, just like photographs, right? We want to start wide and then work our way in. So for me, like I started video footage from the frontage road that eventually led up to the storm drain.
And were you present in observing what other members of the team were doing as well?
Yes.
Did you observe, say, Detective C swab the storm drain with hemosticks?
Yes.
Did you observe the results of that?
Yes, it was presumptive positive for blood.
And was the Sergeant Kendall was he assigned photos that day?
Yes, he was.
Have you reviewed State's Exhibits 246, 247, and 248?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Those are videos.
Are they videos that you took that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Are they true and accurate to the videos you took that day?
Yes, ma'am.
At this point, the state would move to admit 246, 247, and 248, Your Honor.
Any objection?
May we approach?
Yes. They're admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry. Could parties approach, please? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Not a problem, Your Honor. And the state would highlight to the media the sensitive nature of Exhibit 248. And just ask that you not show that one. Thank you.
We'd ask the court to instruct the media.
And Officer Lasoya, up on the screen now, I have Exhibit 246. Let's pause it a couple seconds. And do you recognize this video?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And before we press play, what is this video of just generally?
Yep, so this is going to be a video taken outside of the scene. So that's gonna be the frontage road right there. And then as it pans over, it's going to be the access road or the access walkway to where the storm drain is.
So for reference, as we're looking forward in this video, is the Brayton Drive and Seward Highway in front of you?
Yes,
And then to your left is that 5210 Mockingbird Drive?
yes,
And then to the right, is that where the storm drain is down that road?
correct.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I will now play. And Officer Losoya, where that ended, are you approaching the drain at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And would it be on your left in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And just in an abundance of caution, Your Honor, Exhibit 247 isn't as well lit as 248, but I would ask the media not to show that as well,
All
just
right,
in case.
so direct the media not to show the next two videos.
Thank you. Thank you. I will now play Exhibit 247. Is that Officer or Detective C we see there?
Yes, ma'am.
And finally, Exhibit 248. In this video, do you illuminate the bottom of the drain at this point?
I do.
Thank you. Officer Losoya, did you remain on scene for the recovery of Saria Hildabrand?
I did.
How many hours did that take approximately?
It took a couple hours.
Were you out into the early morning hours of 1 a.m. that next morning?
Yes.
Did that conclude your task in this case, or did you have another one?
No, I had to report to the medical examiner's office for Saria's autopsy.
And was that on Friday, August 11th?
Yes, ma'am.
And why would someone from crime scene attend an autopsy?
So we attend autopsies to take photographs, as well as collecting any other evidence that the medical examiner is able to take from the victim.
And who was present with you that day? Was that Detective Filipovich?
Yes.
And what task were you assigned that day?
I believe I was assigned to the evidence collection.
And was he assigned to photograph?
Yes.
When you're present at the autopsy, do you or other members of APD, you don't touch the body or assist in the autopsy, correct?
No, simply there to observe, to take photographs alongside the medical examiner, and then the medical examiner removes any evidence. They kind of set it to the side. They will package it. We will collect it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, did you collect the clothing on Ms. Hildabrand as well as any jewelry she had?
Yes.
There was not a wedding ring found, correct?
No.
Thank you. Did you also collect the bullet fragments recovered by the medical examiner?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there multiple fragments recovered?
Yes.
Did you collect them and package them separately?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they assigned separate tag numbers of 1343972 and 1343973?
Yes.
And at that point, when you collect bullet fragments and other pieces of evidence, what do you do with it, just so the jury understands?
So when we collect it, we submit it to our property and evidence team. And so that gets stored.
And is it stored in specific ways to help preserve evidence, depending on what type of evidence it is?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you aware that multiple pieces of evidence in this case were sent to the crime lab?
Yes.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, at this point, I would ask to get into the physical closet. I believe we can bring in some physical pieces of evidence through Officer Lasoya.
Madam Clerk, what's the last number on the list I gave you this morning?
The very last page.
7085,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
708, well, 335.
335 is the last number, so it's 336, 337.
And Your Honor, the state will be marking those as 336 and 337. If I may approach as soon as I get those stickers. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
What are those?
These are the bullet fragments that the medical examiner, removed.
Were they removed from Saria Hildabrand's brain and skull?
Yes.
And were you present when that was done?
Yes.
Are they true and accurate to how they look when you collected them that day?
Yes.
State would have moved to admit exhibits 337 and 336, Your Honor.
And I'm sorry, because I was sneezing, I missed, what are they?
Bullet fragments that were recovered during the autopsy, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They're admitted.
And just a few more questions, Officer Lasoya. Can you see how you packaged those bullets? Does it look a little different now?
Oh, yes, it does look different. I'm sorry.
Not a problem. How does it look different?
So it's the original packaging, and it doesn't have the original evidence tape that I used.
Do you see other evidence tape, possibly that red tape from the crime lab?
Yes, I do.
And was it repackaged in a clear packaging?
Yes.
In your original package, would the jury have been able to see it at this time?
No.
Thank you. Those are all my questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel.
No question, Judge. Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you,
recessing.
Judge.
Dr. Gallagher to be here at 9:30. He's usually pretty soon.
All right, we'll take a short break here, until we have our next witness. It's just what you just heard. Supposed to be here at 9:30, so rather than sitting here, we'll, take a short break. We'll bring you back as soon as the doctor's present. Please don't discuss the case.
I can put it all in, but I didn't know if you were going to need anything. Taken out.
Actually, no, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah. Where is it?
Sir, do you need a break?
No, Your Honor, I'm good.
Okay. Officers, is it okay if we just stay up? Since we expect the doctor here in 10 minutes or so. Right, thank you all, off record.
take a oral motion for reconsideration of motion to eliminate 1. I think now that the court has heard opening statements, the prejudice to defense of allowing Dr. Gallagher to testify to manner of death is particularly, there should be more apparent to the court. Obviously, causation is a factor, an element of the case that is at dispute. This is ultimately for the jury to decide. As I briefed in my motion to eliminate, the courts are, this is prejudicial. Thank you.
All right, as I clearly stated in my findings, that this is his job. He doesn't say who pulled the trigger. He cannot testify as to who caused the death. He can only testify as to the manner of death. And as part of his job, it's done on every single case, and I'm going to allow him to testify as such.
And I want to apologize to the court. This was not Dr. Gallagher's.
You don't have to apologize to the court. My anxiousness about moving things along is always from the perspective of the jury.
Agree.
So it's not me. I mean, we're all here.
No, well,
It's
to
a
the
matter of
jury,
me,
this
but
was
we're always, and I understand,
a
and I appreciate
scheduling
the
error.
explanation, and I understand that, yes, things don't always go exactly as we intend, but we're ready to go now?
We are.
Okay,
And I think we'll be able to go through the next 2 witnesses without a break.
perfect. Morning, doctor. Morning.
My water, yeah.
And just a reminder to the media, with the ME, there'll be some photos that we're not broadcasting.
Particularly exhibits 260 and 261. Is the thing on or did it shut off?
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. And Dr. Gallagher, if you please stand and raise your right hand.
Please solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case now before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Can you begin? And if you can please state and spell your first and last name.
Yeah, Kenneth, Kenneth Gallagher, Gallagher.
Doctor, I'm going to have you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living.
Hi, I'm Dr. Gallagher. I'm from the Alaska State Medical Examiner's Office. Become a forensic pathologist I completed medical school at The Ohio State University after undergraduate school at Eastern Washington University. Following medical school, I did residency and fellowship in forensic pathology and general pathology. After residency at Ball Memorial Hospital, I did my fellowship at the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I also did a fellowship in cytopathology at the University of Mississippi in Jackson, Mississippi. Following residency and fellowship, we complete our board certification through the American Board of Pathology in anatomic pathology, which is the study of tissues, the clinical pathology, which is the study of blood work, forensic pathology, which is the study ultimately of determining the cause and manner of death in cases of unattended death. And by that I mean death that's not otherwise expected or followed by a physician that falls under our jurisdiction for review. Following the board certification process, we do a continual maintenance of board certification through quarterly questions with the American Board of Pathology, as well as yearly continuing medical education requirements that are performed throughout the year. Yeah.
And how long have you been board certified in forensic pathology?
Since I started here in 2013, but board certification was in 2008.
Okay. And where did you work before you worked at the Alaska State Medical Examiner's Office?
I was, I did general pathology for 4 years there at Grant County Hospital in Grant County, Indiana, followed by 3 years of forensic pathology as a medical examiner at the King County Medical Examiner's Office in Seattle, Washington. And then I've been here since 2013, December. Yeah.
Okay, so total years conducting autopsies, how long would you say?
20.
Okay. And in that time, have you been qualified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
Yes.
In what states?
Indiana, and Washington State, and Alaska.
Okay, more times than you can count?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, Judge, I would offer Dr. Gallagher as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
He's so qualified.
Can I have you start by explaining to the jury, I guess, the role of the forensic pathologist or the medical examiner in a death investigation?
Yes. So when we get notified that there's a death, information's passed along to us to determine whether it's going to be a jurisdiction that a case that we take jurisdiction on. The information goes to our medical legal death investigators at the office. Following a case being accepted as our jurisdiction, we have different levels of exams. Sometimes we'll not need to bring the person in, and we'll be able to review their medical history records and certify the cause and manner of death on the death certificate. Other cases where we want to do a limited exam, we'll bring them in. We'll do a full head-to-toe examination of the person, just noting any normal natural disease processes and/or injuries, and then we'll take blood, body fluids, blood, vitreous from the eye, urine. We'll send those out for toxicology studies, and then we'll review their medical history and determine their cause and manner of death. And then in other cases where we need to do a full internal autopsy examination, we'll bring them in, and we will again do a head-to-toe examination. The first thing we do when we bring them in is we take a photograph of how they arrived in the office, the body bag that is closed, and then we'll take additional photographs, and then we'll take them out of the body bag. We'll remove clothing, take pictures before and after cleaning. And then in cases where evidence is collected, that evidence is collected prior to cleaning of the body. And then, again, body fluids are taken for toxicology studies, and then we'll go ahead with an internal examination after our head-to-toe external examination, and we'll review all of their organs, brain, heart, lung, abdominal organs, and then we'll examine those for any natural diseases or injuries, and then those go into a report. Essentially, we wait for the toxicology studies to come back. Sometimes we do microscopic studies of the biopsies we take, and all of that information is, put together in the autopsy report for the ultimate determination. Is what our office is charged with, is to determine a proper certification of the death as to the cause of death and the manner of death.
Okay. And when you say cause of death, what does that mean?
Cause of death would be the event or the finding that is the cause of death. If it's an accident, it might be a blunt force injury. If it's a natural disease process, it could be heart disease. It could be emphysema, lung disease, or whatever disease process that we'd find during our studies. That would be the cause of death, and that's the cause of the immediate death.
Okay, and then when you talk about manner of death, what are kind of the range? What's the options?
Manner of death, we have several to choose from. We have natural death, we have accidents, we have suicide, which is an injury to oneself, whether that's a traumatic injury from a blunt force or an injury from a weapon, or if it's a intentional ingestion of too many drugs. That would all fall under the suicidal manner. And then we have homicide, which is an injury caused by another individual. And then we have undetermined is another classification that we can use sometimes when the manner is either overlapping or not totally clear, and that it lands in only one of those other options. Then we'll choose undetermined for cases like those.
Okay. And in this case, I kind of want to start with the bottom line and then work back through what you did. Were you able to determine a cause and manner of death for Saria Hildabrand?
Yes.
And what were those?
Her cause of death was a penetrating, indeterminate range gunshot wound of the head, and the manner of death that I certified was as a homicide.
Okay. You said indeterminate range, indeterminate or intermediate?
Intermediate, sorry.
Okay. I'd put my glasses back on as well. So I want to talk with you a little bit about how you come to those conclusions. Does somebody from the medical examiner's office go out and observe and collect the body from the scene?
Depends on the jurisdiction where it happened. If it's outside of our physical response area, then the body will be collected by troopers or officials at the scene of that location. If it is within our jurisdiction, then one of our death investigators goes to the scene for securing the body and bringing them back to our office.
Okay, so a death in essentially a park in Anchorage.
That would be our response area.
And then you get involved the next morning?
It depends on when they get into the office, but after they're brought in to the office, typically the next business day, depending on the amount of cases that are at the examiner's office to do, they'll come up for the examination that we'll perform.
Okay. What was the date and time that you performed an autopsy on Saria Hildabrand?
Yes, if I refer to my report, on the first page, it was August 11 of 2023 where we did our exam.
Okay, and what time in the morning?
0700, basically 7:15 in the morning.
And what were your pathologic diagnoses? What did you observe about her?
Yes, so on the front page of my report, I always summarize everything. So she had the cause of death injury was a penetrating intermediate range gunshot wound of the head. So that was an entrance that entered on the forehead, and then it passed through the skin, through the bone, and into the brain, and then caused lots of injuries, the disruption and pulpification of the soft tissue of the brain, bleeding around the brain, bleeding within the parenchyma or the body of the brain. And then the trajectory was basically a front to back, is the pathway. And then we did recover several fragments of the copper and lead colored metal projectile or bullet from our examination.
Okay, and I want to go through those things. You said there's an entrance wound, and what side of her forehead was that on?
It's just left of the midline. So the midline there, so on the left side of the forehead is the entrance wound.
Okay, and when you say a penetrating wound, does that mean there was or was not an exit wound?
A penetrating wound is one where we'll be able to recover fragment or fragments of the bullet. So if it's a perforating wound, typically there's an entrance, there's a nice exit, and oftentimes there's no remaining material that we can collect from the bullet.
Okay, but this was penetrating, so there were bullet fragments that remained?
Yeah.
And without a clear defined exit wound?
Yeah.
Okay, and you talked about the injuries to her brain, the hemorrhage, the pulpification of the brain tissue along the wound pathway. Was there subarachnoid hemorrhaging throughout the entirety of her brain?
Yes.
And based on those injuries that you observed, is this a gunshot that would have essentially incapacitated or killed her instantly?
Yes.
Okay. She wouldn't have been able to move on her own after that?
No.
Okay. And you talked about photographs. Do you take photographs as well as the Anchorage Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. And is it common for someone from the crime scene team to respond?
During the autopsy?
Yes.
Typically, yes. Not always, but depends on their circumstances or their staffing.
Okay. But your office takes photographs as well?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I have marked for identification and provided to counsel in the court as State Exhibit 260 through 265. Go ahead and take a look at those and let me know when you're done.
Okay.
Okay. Do those fairly and accurately depict the injuries to Ms. Hildabrand, the x-ray that was taken, and the fragments that were removed from her brain and skull?
Yes.
Okay, I'd move at this point for the admission of 260 to 265.
Any objection?
How we maintain our previous objection?
I'm sorry.
I said we maintain our previous.
All right. Overruled. They're admitted. You may.
Madam Clerk, can I have you turn down the lights? And the first two photographs, is it fair to say that these do show her injuries?
Yes.
Okay. And when you're taking photographs, do you actually take sometimes dozens, if not hundreds?
Yes.
Okay. So this is really limited to just show the injuries relative to her death?
Yes.
Okay. So, what does 260 depict?
This is a photograph of the left side of the decedent here. She is looking up towards the ceiling, and then you have some defects there in the skin, surrounded by some bruising. If you have a great.
I'm going to give you the laser pointer's the red button on top.
Okay. So here you have the defect of the skin. This is the entrance wound itself. There's a couple other defects here. And then those are consistent with potential partial exits of a fragmenting bullet. There is these, dark areas of bruising around the areas of skin defect, and she also has what we call stippling marks that are noted around the wound.
Okay, and I want to talk with you about the stippling in just a minute, but let's kind of take this piece by piece. What you have called the entrance wound, how do you know that that's an entrance?
We have a defect here, which is the actual splitting of the skin as the projectile goes through. And then we have, here you can see this red area that's kind of below and then kind of comes down here. That's abrasion. You can also see some of it up here and as well as there. So that's an abrasion margin, which is typical of an entrance gunshot wound, in that as the bullet goes into the skin stretches, and then the skin rubs the bullet as the bullet goes through, and it creates that margin of abrasion around it.
Okay, and then you identified the other two wounds as potentially being partial exit wounds. Is that based on the location of where fragments were recovered from, essentially?
Yes, it also is based on kind of the area on the skull where the fracture is, as well as the fragmentation of the bullet itself that we see during our examination. So when something exits the skin, typically, not in every case, but typically you won't see the abrasion margin I just described around the entrance wound, because as the fragment comes out, there's nothing on the outside of that skin, so it just kind of tents out, and then it splits from the inside out as the fragment leaves. And so the skin, as long as there's nothing pushed against it, will not develop an abrasion.
Okay, and I want to come back to the stippling in just a minute, but to kind of solidify that that's the entrance and exit, did you also peel back her scalp to show on the skull where the entrance and exit was?
Yeah.
And is that depicted in State's Exhibit 261?
Yes.
Okay. So can you show the jury on here where the entrance is versus the exit?
So here the skin has been reflected forward over the face, so the scalp is been reflected forward. You can see a lot of this bleeding in the scalp. That's called subgaleal hemorrhage. And then here's the entrance site, which corresponds with that front defect that was seen on the previous picture. And so here you have an internally beveled skull fragment, which is, again, what you see during an entrance wound, and then you have a partially externally beveled here. So that's what we call kind of a keyhole type of a wound, where the bullet kind of comes in and begins to break apart, and then some of those fragments can go into the head and brain area, and then some of them will escape outward and then exit, which is what this looks to be consistent with, an externally beveled area of that wound. So it's a pretty unique and not too common entrance fracturing of the skull. And it depends, I mean, basically it's just kind of at the angle where it's kind of coming in, and where the brain or the skull itself kind of folds away and goes backward, kind of creates that area where the keyhole type of a fracture is more likely.
Okay. So I want to go back to 260 and talk with you about stippling and what stippling is and where you observe it here.
Yeah, so stippling, we have different distances that we can determine on a gunshot wound. So if it's a contact wound, you will have just the abrasion margin that's around that bullet, and then there'll be some staining of that abrasion margin and the tissues underneath with dark soot from just the gunpowder burning and smoking as it leaves the gun. And then the rest of the skin is completely clear because everything at a contact wound enters the wound itself. And then you have a wound that's a little further away. We call those intermediate range wounds, and those are wounds that will have varying densities or varying dense areas to less dense areas of stippling. Stippling is small abrasions that happen to the skin as the unburned fragments of gunpowder strike the skin and fall away. And so those unburned fragments strike the skin and create these abrasions. And if you have a close range wound that's not contact, but it's a close range, you'll have a pretty dense pattern. So it'll be just kind of around the entrance wound, but it might be a centimeter or so wide if it's a near wound. If it's about 6 inches away or less, typically, you might see some of that soot staining right around a very dense area of stippling. And if it's even further away, then you'll get spread out areas of stippling, just the small pink spots that are happening on the skin as the gunpowder particles strike the skin. But it's too far away for any of the soot to get on the skin or into the tissues themselves. And so what you have here, and you can see right up here at the top of the forehead, is where these small little red spots start. And that goes all the way up. You can see it right there at the hairline, and then you can still see it down here at the hairline on the left side of the head in front of the left ear, and then wrapping around this eyebrow here. So that's the entire dimension. So all those small little red spots that you see are stippling marks from unburned particles of gunpowder that strike the skin. And those vary in distance depending on the gun, depending on the ammunition. If it's a typical handgun, you can see that, roughly within 2 foot or, maybe a little more than 2 foot. If it's a highly powerful round or a magnum round with extra gunpowder, might see that further out. If it's a rifle, you might see these stippling marks at even 3 feet or so. The best way to determine exactly how far that is away from in a particular gun is to test that gun in the crime lab with the firearms expert with the same lot of ammunition that is suspected to have been involved with the actual injury. And so then they can determine, the density and how far away something would be in their direct testing.
So it sounds like, based on your medical opinion, is this a contact wound?
No.
Okay, clearly no, or?
Clearly.
Okay, and is that because there's no soot, no stippling right around the margin of that wound?
Yeah, this is a pretty broad pattern here. So I measured it in my autopsy report at 9 centimeters by 8 centimeters.
Okay, and you would expect that this photo in particular, several around it, might be used by the ballistics expert to get a more accurate range?
Yes, and they could also review the measurement that was taken at the autopsy exam.
Okay, and what your finding is intermediate range gunshot wound, and generally where would you estimate that range to be?
Yeah, if it's a handgun, again, I would say 2 foot or so. And as it gets closer to the skin, this broad pattern would get closer and closer until it's, very dense near the entrance wound itself. But this is a broad pattern. So.
Okay. But certainly not contact?
Definitely.
And not close
No.
to contact?
No.
Okay. And does that help feed your diagnosis, or not your diagnosis, but your opinion about the manner of death?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's why you say homicide as opposed to suicide?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to talk with you. I'm going to move off the screen for just a moment. You talked, I think you clarified, but this is an injury that Saria would have died from immediately?
Yeah.
Okay, she wouldn't have been moving on her own volition at all after this?
No.
Okay. Would you expect a large amount of blood from a wound like that?
It certainly can bleed heavily, yes.
Okay. So I want to talk with you a little bit about some of the other things on Saria's body. Did she have clothing and personal effects with her?
She did.
Okay, and you logged those on your report, right?
Let me double check my report. Yes, page 2, I have a description of the items that were received with her.
Did she have a wedding ring with her?
Looking on page 2 of my report. I don't see that I have written down. Doesn't mean it wasn't there. Sometimes they may be collected in other areas.
I'm not trying to trick you, doctor. You didn't record a wedding ring?
I did not.
Okay. Did you record earrings?
I did.
No, nasal ring?
Yeah, she had number 7 of the report. I describe her right hoop-like earring, and then she had a nasal septum ring of the nose. So.
Okay, and she had a necklace?
And she did have a necklace, yes.
Okay. Underwear and a T-shirt?
Yes.
Okay. Did she appear, otherwise you said you did a full head to toe. Did she appear otherwise healthy?
Yes.
Okay. And that includes a review of her organ systems, gastrointestinal tract, musculoskeletal system, et cetera?
Yes.
Okay. You talked a little bit about toxicology. What did you take to send out for toxicology?
We sent on her NMS Laboratories is the laboratory that does our toxicology, and we sent them blood from the femoral vein, which is the leg area, as well as some heart blood and some fluid from the eye and some of the gastric content from the stomach.
Okay, and did they return a blood alcohol concentration back to you?
Objection.
Approach, please. You may answer.
Okay, what was her blood alcohol content?
Yeah, she had a blood alcohol content of 0.048 grams per milliliter, which is below the alcohol intoxication of 0.08 that they typically say for intoxication of drivers.
Okay, so 0.048, and I want to talk with you a little bit about this. When somebody dies, does their blood alcohol content either stop rising or stop dissipating, or will it continue to rise or continue to dissipate?
It can rise somewhat as decomposition begins, so a small amount of that alcohol can be seen in patients that have advancing decomposition. Typically, it's a pretty a small number, like I think things of 0.01 to 0.02 or so, maybe a little more than that, can be from or can be directly from decomposition.
Okay, but other than that, it's fairly static?
Yeah.
Okay. Even if somebody was, say, deceased for days before you took that blood?
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to talk with you just a little bit about the items that were retrieved from Ms. Hildabrand. What is State's Exhibit 262?
This is a X-ray that we take prior to the internal examination.
Okay. And can you show the jury on the X-ray where the bullet fragments were recovered from?
Yeah, I don't know if we can dim the light a little bit.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
This is the AP X-ray of the head, so it's front to back, and we can see a lot of these white dense fragments. They're metal fragment, metal density fragments on X-ray, and we can see one here as well. And so these are metal fragments of the projectile that were recovered.
Okay. And then the next three photographs, 63, 64, and 65 images of those fragments that were removed from her brain and skull?
Yeah, they are. And I just wanted to point out that this up here is the zipper from the body bag, so you can. That's not a part of the projectile that we recovered. So.
Okay. You can also see the metal on her necklace as well? Okay. And I guess just for process, X-ray is something that happens to everybody when they come in, and that just happens while they're still inside of a body bag?
Yeah, it depends on the case, but in this case, yes.
Okay. And then what is 263?
This is a fragment of likely jacket material from the bullet as it breaks apart as it was going in through the skull. So, and this is recovered on the left front of the skull. So basically the entrance wound is there, the fracture is there, and we recovered this piece from that skull area.
Okay, and you're pointing to an area that is between essentially the left front of the skull and the temple?
Yes.
Okay. And then what is 264?
These are just additional fragments that were recovered on dissection of the brain from, again, these are metal fragments of the bullet.
And then 265?
And this is another small fragment of, looks like lead core material of the bullet itself that was recovered from the left side of the brain. Left parietal is just the mid lobe of the brain between the frontal lobe and the occipital lobe, which is the front and back. So it's the left side.
And were each of those pieces of evidence collected and taken by the Anchorage Police Department crime scene team that was there with you at autopsy?
Yes, we logged them in, and they have to sign them out, and then they ultimately take them and sign them back into the crime lab, and they do whatever they need to do.
Okay. And just to reiterate, if you can tell the jury one last time the cause and manner of death that you were able to make in this case. Sure.
Cause of death was penetrating intermediate range gunshot wound of the head with the projectiles that we recovered there, and the manner of death as a homicide.
Okay. I believe that's all the questions I have for you, Doctor.
Thank you. Counsel?
May we approach quickly, Judge?
Yes. All right, does anyone need a break before we continue? No, good to keep going? It's fine if you need a break, no? All right, we'll keep going.
morning, Dr. Gallagher.
Morning.
We've met before in the course of this case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna just kind of jump in. I want to start a little bit, talking a little bit about your background. You're a doctor,
Yes.
and you've been a pathologist for 20 years, correct? Or more?
Yeah, I think, finished my fellowship in 2004, so I guess 22 years.
And that fellowship was in pathology specifically.
Yeah, I did one forensic fellowship and one cytology fellowship.
And just so to refresh our recollection, what exactly is pathology?
That's the study of disease.
Okay, and how does it relate to death investigation?
What we're charged with is to examine a body in an unattended death that we need to determine for proper certification the cause and the manner of death. And so in these cases, we will review the medical history, and we review the body, and depending on the case, an internal examination and documentation of any disease or injuries that are pertinent to the cause and the manner of death.
Okay, and in your studies to become a forensic pathologist, you went to medical school, and then you also had fellowships and residencies, correct?
Yeah.
In the course of your education, did you have textbooks?
Yes.
And are you familiar with Spitz and Fisher's medical legal investigation of death?
Yes.
Specifically the guidelines for the application of pathology to crime investigation?
I know the textbook, so.
You know the textbook?
Yeah.
Is it in its 5th edition?
I don't know what edition it's currently at.
Okay. And why do you know this textbook?
We just study it during our fellowship, and we refer to it as needed during our cases as well as other texts in pathology.
Okay. And do you, in your continuing education, do you use Spitz and Fisher's medical legal investigation of death?
Continuing education, those are from conferences that are professional conferences, and then we review the questions that are sent to us by the Board of Pathology for review, so not specifically any textbook.
Okay.
Yeah.
But fair to say you're familiar with Spitz and Fisher's medical legal investigation of death?
Yes.
It's a reliable authority.
It's a common book in the field, yes.
Would you say it's reliable?
I mean, everybody's got different opinions on things, but it's one of the main textbooks, so.
So yes?
Yes.
And it's published?
Yes.
Okay. If we could briefly approach Judge.
Yes.
So, Dr. Gallagher, I want to kind of move on now. I'm going to reference Spitz and Fisher's medical legal investigation of death throughout our conversation today. But I want to talk a little bit about your role. You're a medical examiner
Yes,
for the state of Alaska.
yes,
You're a busy guy.
yes.
About how many autopsies would you estimate you do a year?
250 to 350.
250 to 350.
Yeah.
And so that's it. And I'm guessing you don't work every day of the week.
Yeah, 5 days a week. So typically, it depends, but 250 to 350 cases a year.
And so fair to say, you've written a lot of reports as well.
Yes,
And you document your findings in your report.
yes,
And you rely on your report when you're doing that many autopsies.
yeah. I mean, when you, you rely on it for look back for recollection. Yeah, certainly. When depending on how long ago a case was.
It's an important aspect of your practice, fair to say.
Yeah,
And you understand that your report goes to various people, including the district attorney's office at
Yeah.
times?
yeah,
Specifically in this case, your report was provided to the district attorney's office.
yes,
And you understand it goes to defense counsel as well.
yes,
And you make sure to be accurate when you're writing your report,
every effort. Yes.
every effort. And there's a pretty big difference between an intermediate gunshot wound and an indeterminate gunshot wound. Is that fair to say?
Yes, intermediate has the stippling, indeterminate is something that doesn't have the stippling. And it may be further away, it may not be, depending on clothing that may have filtered out such the findings that would typically be seen on an intermediate.
And you've testified today that in your opinion, the gunshot wound that you observed on Mrs. Hildabrand was an intermediate gunshot wound, correct?
Yes,
And fair to say, when you authored your report, you did not consistently refer to the gunshot wound as an intermediate gunshot wound.
it is an intermediate range wound, but in the third page of the report, after head and neck, the head of that paragraph says penetrating indeterminate range gunshot wound. That is an error.
That's an error.
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk to you a little bit more about some of the information. You noted when you were examining Mrs. Hildabrand that decomposition changes were noted, correct?
Yes.
And there's a process in death called levity levity with the blood pooling. Is that correct?
Lividity.
Lividity, thank you. And so can you tell the jury what lividity is?
Lividity is a settling of the blood after death. It doesn't pump around in the vessels anymore, and so if someone is laying down with their face up, then the blood will settle down, and then the areas that are up will look paler, and then the areas that are below where the blood settles will look darker because that's where the blood is settling.
Thank you. And did you note that process with Mrs. Hildabrand?
Looking at her report, page 2 is usually where I would put it. If it's something that is a significant finding to the exam, I'll put it in there. If it's not, I don't always put a specific comment to that effect.
let me ask you this, about how long after someone passes away does it take for that process to occur?
Well, it'll begin, you might be able to start seeing it, in a half hour or so, depending on, you know, blood loss. So if there's more blood loss, then that ability to see that color differentiation as blood settles is limited because, more blood loss has occurred. So, and then if you're a darker skinned individual, again, harder to, identify, those, lividity changes as easily as a lighter skinned person.
Okay, thank you. And then, I wanted to just follow up on some decomposition issues that, might be present. So is it fair to say that decomposition can include the disintegration of blood vessels and spillage of decomposing blood, which may be mistaken for bruising?
Yeah, blood can leave the circulation as it gets hemolyzed. The blood will break down, and then if the tissues or capillaries in those areas, the hemolyzed blood can exit the bloodstream and get into those tissues, at which point those areas of lividity would become fixed, and you can't push them out. If you have a relatively fresh person with the lividity, and you push your thumb into the skin, the thumbprint will make the skin pale because that blood is still in the blood vessels at the time. And if it's after fixation, then you push on the skin and it won't change in color.
Thank you. And fair to say that somewhere between 36 to 48 hours into the decomposition process, the skin can start to look greenish or purplish?
Yes.
Thank you. And specifically for Mrs. Hildabrand, did you note that there was a green-gray decomposition-like change?
Yes.
On the neck?
I don't know where.
I direct you to page 2.
She definitely. What'd you say? Image?
Page 2.
Oh, page 2.
Paragraph and 2 under general description.
Yes, so. Yes.
And then you also noted gray and green marbling type of decomposition type change noted to the skin of the face, neck, and upper chest, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So I want to talk to you again about the manner of death. That's important in your profession.
Yes.
Essentially, when you were doing an autopsy as a medical examiner, you determine cause of death.
Yes.
And you can determine manner of death. And
Yes.
And the cause of death is essentially the medical reason for the death, fair to say?
Yes.
And then the manner of death is more how this occurred.
Yes.
And in your profession, there are 5 potential manners of death.
Yes.
There's homicide.
Yes.
There's suicide.
Yes.
There's accident.
Yes.
There's natural causes.
Yes.
And essentially undetermined unknown.
Yes.
And homicide, that is when you determine a death has been caused by another person, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't tell you the mental state of the person. You're just saying it was caused by another person, correct?
Yes.
Suicide would be the intentional taking of one's own life, correct?
Yes.
And then accident could include taking one's own life, but not intentionally.
Yes.
And natural causes, someone passes away from, say, a heart attack or something?
Yes, that would be a natural cause.
Okay, and then the undetermined would be you don't have enough information to make a decision.
Yes.
Okay. So I want to talk more about the manner of death in this case.
Yeah.
And I want to talk to you a little bit more about Spitz and Fisher's medical legal investigation. If I may approach the witness.
Yes,
I have a question for you.
thank you.
I'm gonna ask you to hold on to this, don't necessarily, you can look at it, but I'm gonna ask you to read some of that. So I wanna clarify one small thing first. You talked about an intermediate gunshot, correct?
I did.
And fair to say that in your profession, gunshots can also be qualified as a contact shot, a close range shot, or a distance shot.
Yeah, I call them contact range, intermediate, or indeterminate. Distant, I don't really use that term because there's not always something that not being there, you don't know if that bullet may have gone through another intermediate object that would filter out the findings that would make it to the skin on someone. So if it went through a door, a window, or a wall, it might take those findings that would normally get to the skin off of the skin because of that intermediate object.
Okay, and so what I would ask you to do is I would direct you to the last page of the packet I approached you with, marked on the top left, 314. And I would just ask you, there is a highlighted portion of page 314. It'll be the last page of the packet I handed you.
Okay.
And I would ask you to read the highlighted portion following. The terminology most often used to describe the range of fire is as follows.
Right. So you have highlighted here on page 314 of this textbook, talks about contact shot when the weapon is fired with the muzzle in contact with the body. A close range shot is when gun smoke is deposited on the target, and distant shot when the muzzle to target distance exceeds the limits in which gun smoke is identifiable on the target.
So fair to say in your profession, the terminology contact shot, close range shot, and distance shot are used?
Contact range, close range, again, our office doesn't use distant because of the possibility of intermediate objects, so we just call those indeterminates and not distant.
But you do use contact shot and close range shot?
Yes.
And when you are determining manner of death and a gun is involved, one of the things that you're looking at is range of fire, correct?
Yes,
And range of fire would be defined as the distance from the muzzle of the gun to the object, correct?
yes,
And for a close range shot, some circumstances, a close range shot could be ruled a homicide, correct?
yes,
Some circumstances, a close range shot could be ruled a suicide.
yes,
And in some circumstances, a close range shot could be ruled an accident.
yes.
And I would direct you to page 356 of the packet I handed you. It's stapled.
Okay,
And again, this is from Spitz and Fitcher's medical legal investigation of death. If you were able, I'd ask you to read the highlighted portion starting on the bottom of page 356 and going into page 357.
okay. On page 356, under homicide, suicide, or accident, it says distinction between homicide, suicide, or accident may be difficult and sometimes impossible, yet it is the first question asked by the investigator in every death involving a shooting. Certain criteria are used by pathologists to define the manner of death within a reasonable degree of medical certainty. Among these, evaluation of the range of fire is of the utmost importance.
Thank you. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
And next, I want to direct you to page 363 of Spitz and Fitcher's medical legal investigation of death. In the packet I handed you, I'd asked you to read the highlighted portion.
Yes, so they have a paragraph saying an accidental gunshot can be distinguished from a homicidal or suicidal injury only by the circumstances that surround the incident. It is the duty of the pathologist to confirm or dispute the account that was given of the incident based on his findings at the post-mortem examination of the victim. That is to prove whether the injury is consistent with the manner in which it was said to have occurred. The availability of photographs and diagrams of the scene is helpful, but personal viewing of the scene gives a better perspective.
Thank you. And I want to start with the first sentence there. An accidental gunshot can be distinguished from a homicidal or suicidal injury only by the circumstance that surround the incident. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
And do you agree that personal viewing of the scene gives a better perspective?
Well, we have our investigator review of the scene, photographs and circumstances portrayed by the investigating agency as well. So that's why we take photographs of the scene, and even when it's outside of our jurisdictional response period, then we'll have the troopers document and catalog the scene also.
Okay. So I guess the question I have for you, Dr. Gallagher, is the statement in this textbook, the availability of photographs and diagrams of the scene is helpful, but personal viewing of the scene gives a better perspective. Do you agree with that?
Well, we have our review of the scene by our medical legal death investigators. So,
okay. And fair to say you personally were not seeing the scene.
A personal review of the scene is a personal investigation by our office. It doesn't need to be visited by an individual in particular, because they're trained medical legal death investigators.
Okay. And I want to direct you now to page 313. It would be chapter 8, injury by gunfire. Not in the Staples packet.
Okay.
And I want to just ask you to read into the record the highlighted portion of page 313 of Spitz and Fisher's medical legal investigation of death.
Yeah, it says accurate assessment of the range of fire requires test firing of the gun with the type of ammunition that was used in the shooting.
Do you agree with that?
I agree.
Thank you. And then I direct you to page 328.
Okay.
And I'd ask you to read the highlighted portion.
It says the approximate distance from which a close range shot was fired can be evaluated only by test firing the particular weapon using the same ammunition as used in the shooting case under consideration.
And do you agree with that?
I agree.
So I want to talk to you a little more about the way you determined the manner of death for Mrs. Hildabrand. You conducted an autopsy, correct?
Yes.
And there was an investigator involved in the case, correct?
Yeah, I don't have that information in front, but it's a scene of our local response, so we would have had an investigator respond.
Did you review the investigative findings in formulating your opinion in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to talk about the main issue that you based your opinion on in coming to the manner of death. And is it fair to say that the main issue that you were looking at in determining the manner of death in this case was that it has nothing to do with the scene investigation, it's the injury, it is an intermediate range?
It is an intermediate range wound. And the location of the wound also is atypical for self-inflicted wound, and the distance from the gun to the decedent's injury on the head is at a distance that would make it difficult, if not impossible, for them to trigger that weapon themselves.
The distance. And the distance is the range of fire, correct?
Yes.
And in your opinion, it was 2 feet, at least?
It's again, the stippling that you see on a intermediate range wound, if a handgun is used, generally is 2 feet, 2.5 feet, and gets less as it gets closer. And as the closer the wound gets, the narrower that pattern of stippling becomes. And you have on page 328 of this report, there's a definition. There's actually a photograph of a closer intermediate range wound that's a significant closer distance, much tighter pack of that abrasion compared to the one that we had in our own. But this particular pattern is something that to identify the exact distance from that weapon to cause a stippling pattern of that 9 by 8 centimeter needs to be and should be most accurately confirmed through testing at the crime lab for the firearms expert.
Thank you. So I just want to kind of follow up again So, fair to say that the main issue, the main basis for your determination that this was a homicide was that you determined that the injury to Mrs. Hildabrand's forehead was an intermediate range, correct?
It is an intermediate range, and we, of course, use our exam findings plus the investigative records from the scene, as well as, the findings of the intermediate injuries to the head. All that comes together. It's a combination of the scene investigation findings as well as the autopsy findings.
Dr. Gallagher, like I said, we've met before, correct?
Yeah.
We met in a Teams meeting a couple months ago. Mrs. Hurley was there.
Yes.
A gentleman named Mr. Stuart Rice was there, an investigator with the Public Defender
I
Agency.
don't recall all the people involved. I remember the meeting, yes.
Okay. And when we spoke, you were doing the best to tell the truth, correct?
Yes.
And you were relying on your experience as in the field of forensic pathology at that time.
Yes.
And you were familiar with the case that we're talking about today when we
Yes.
spoke a few months ago.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall me asking you the question, what facts did you rely on in the investigative reports to reach a conclusion that Mrs. Hildabrand's manner of death was a homicide? Do you recall me asking you that question?
No.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to see a transcript of that?
Not really.
No? Okay. So you don't recall that conversation, what you said to that?
That question, no, I don't recall.
You don't recall saying, well, her main issue is that, and it's not, has nothing to do with the scene investigation, is the injury itself is an intermediate range. Do you recall making that statement?
No, but that's an accurate assessment of the wound itself, yes. So that means the gun was at distance from her head at the time of discharge. It doesn't have anything to do specifically with where that injury occurs, whether that's at one place or another.
Do you recall going on to say she's got a pattern of stippling, gunpowder abrasions around the interest wound? So those are indicative of it depends on depends on the weapon, of course, but typically a handgun would be, up to 2 feet away for that type of an injury to occur.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
And do you recall going on to say if it's a rifle, it can be 3 feet or more depending on the weapon and the ammunition. She had a 9 by 8 centimeter distribution of stippling pattern abrasion around the interest wound. So I can confirm that wound, it took place from a distance and is not a close contact wound.
Yeah, that's not a close contact wound. A distance, it's not on the skin. It's not slightly away from the skin because that would be a close range. Typically, that pattern is about 1 centimeter wide, and as it gets further away, that pattern begins to spread out as more distance occurs. So in this particular case, it's intermediate range, and it's fairly broad across her forehead to her left side of her ear area. That whole area around that is a pretty broad pattern of stippling. And to determine the distance of that particular weapon and that ammunition to create that pattern is best determined in the crime lab through a firearms expert testing that weapon and that ammunition.
And you have never done that, correct?
No.
And fair to say, if someone trained in ballistics had a different opinion as far as the range of the gunshot wound in this case, would you defer to that opinion?
Yes. I mean, they would have, they would have to do the testing to determine the distance of that gun at from the they would, I would defer to their expertise in setting up the testing, but it would be accurate to have a head-shaped diagram or head-shaped device with whatever they use for determining that pattern, so it's properly shaped to her typical skull. And so that would be something that they would have to set up in their own testing procedures. But that's the best way to determine precisely the distance that would create that same stipple pattern.
And while you are a forensic pathologist, you are not a ballistics expert, correct?
Correct.
And again, you agree that accurate assessment of the range of fire requires test firing of the gun with the type of ammunition that was used in the shooting.
Agreed.
And you recall, I want to take you back to that conversation that we had a few months ago. Do you recall me asking you the question, besides the stippling and your determination that this was an intermediate gunshot wound, what other facts were you relying on to determine that this was a homicide, classified as a homicide? Do you recall that question?
Not particularly, but we, all of our cases are signed out with review of the autopsy findings, toxicology findings, investigative findings, and medical histories if they're pertinent. All that's put together before the certification to determine the cause and the manner.
And you recall in that conversation responding to that question, well, certainly like you mentioned, where she was found is certainly an unusual location, but the main finding of a gunshot wound that is further away that an individual holding the gun should be able to accomplish on one's own self is a major factor in the determination of the manner. Do you recall making that statement?
I agree with that statement.
And I want to talk just a little more about a few other of your observations in the course of your autopsy in this case. Do you recall if you documented any defensive type wounds on Mrs. Hildabrand?
Let me double check my report. I don't recall offhand. I don't see that I recalled any specific defensive type wounds.
Is that something you generally would look for in an autopsy?
Yes, I'd look that in every case.
And would you document that if they were there?
Yes.
And you did not see any?
I did not.
Okay. And you did your autopsy on August 11th, 2023?
Yes.
And you wrote your report on January 10th, 2024?
Yes.
You did not test fire the gun in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you were, you've never been to the Hildabrand apartment, fair to say?
Correct.
Fair to say you were not there on August 6th, 2023 at 2:47 a.m.?
I was not.
You were not in the apartment?
I was not.
You were not in the building?
I was not.
And you did not see who pulled the trigger on the gunshot that killed Saria Hildabrand?
I did not.
Thank you.
Maybe be directed.
What's that? Our last one that we just did was 265, but the ones we did was 377.
That's what I wanted to know. 376, I'm gonna call this 378. Dr. Gallagher, Ms. Brewster handed you a number of pages from a textbook from Spitz and Fisher, particularly 328. Did the photograph on page 328 strike something with you?
It's just, again, that's an intermediate photograph. It's you got the defect of the skin, and it's surrounded by this dense pattern of abrasions, stipple marks. So that is a wound that, again, is intermediate range because it's not contact and things are not all going into the tissue at that point, but it's a much closer range because that pattern of stippling is very dense and very closely surrounding that entrance wound. So it's just a closer range.
Okay. And the text actually says where the, how distant it was, correct?
Let's see.
The adjacent injury, the one on the left, is inflicted at a close range 2 to 3 inches?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And the bullet wound on the right, what does that show?
This is, so that has a bullet wound on the right, has a well-demarcated ring of soot around that margin, and they're scorched. So just a close wound. Again, muzzle flame can come out of the weapon 1 to 3 inches. Soot can get onto the skin and the area up to 6, maybe 7 inches, depending on the gun and ammunition. And then beyond that period, as it gets further away, 6 inches, 7, 8, then you'll just get expanding pattern. The stipple marks, those that get smaller, just little red spots around the skin as it gets further away, up to the point that that particular weapon is too far away and the gunpowder doesn't have the kinetic energy required to leave marks on the skin at that point. So that from that point, it becomes no longer an intermediate range wound, but it becomes an indeterminate range wound.
Okay. And so just for demonstrative purposes, I've marked that photograph. It states Exhibit 378. Is that what you have learned with those 2 gunshots would be a contact wound and a close contact, something 2 to 3 inches away?
Those would be good examples of a wound that's close. If there's nothing in between, like shirt, and it would filter that out. The one on the right is a good indication of what one would look like if it's a contact wound. Typically, if it's over the abdomen or chest, those contact wounds will be nice and round, like this particular one is, and it doesn't have any tearing. If it's a wound over the skull, because the skull is so close to the skin, a contact wound, the gas leaving the gun will kind of tent up the skin as it peels it away from the skull, and then that can tear. We call that stellate laceration of a contact wound. It needs to be basically a wound that occurs over a pretty shallow bone. So that's how that happens. And then, again, the one on the left here shows one that is a very dense pattern of stippling, indicating a much closer wound.
And of course, it's always going to vary depending on the type of weapon and ammunition used, as
Yes.
you've already testified. At this point, Judge, I'd move to introduce what I've called, I said 378, but I'm actually going to call it 338 as a demonstrative exhibit. It won't go back to the jury, but I'd like to pass it around now so they can view that photograph to see the difference.
Assuming no objections?
No objection.
All right.
Going to talk about the validity and the decomposition. Thank you. Now, you were asked some questions, I'm approaching with 339. Forgive the stripes from the color printed, but you were asked some questions about lividity and decomposition.
Yes.
Okay, and can you see Saria's coloring on that photograph?
Yes. So, yeah.
Okay, and you were asked some questions about whether that green-gray decomposition change on her neck can tell you anything about the time of death?
Yeah, she does have some, that greenish kind of coloration, kind of green-gray color. The decomposition begins to progress. It's in her upper chest, neck. You can kind of see it around the bridge of the nose. And then she has other things on her skin that are just some slipping of the skin, which is another common thing. Post-mortem decomposition change begins to develop. So.
Okay. And I think you were asked about a 48 to 36 hour window. Does that show she's been decomposing for kind of at least that long?
Yeah, it depends. Certainly, she's got some level of decomposition going on, so it's not super immediate after the injury. And again, that's depending on the environment. Some people, if it's 106 degrees in Mississippi, you can get advancing decomposition quite quickly. In a cooler environment, that can be delayed somewhat. But I don't have anything more to say about this level of decomposition, and other than she does have some developing, and you can see that in the skin.
Okay. And being in water for a period of time, how would that impact decomposition?
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes it can increase the rate. Sometimes it can decrease the rate. A cool water environment can slow the rate, and typically that rigidity of musculature, which is called the rigor mortis, that'll begin to develop in the first 12 hours and stay solid for 12 hours and then dissipate over the next 12 hours. But again, it's an environmental thing. It'll set up faster and go away quicker in the summertime in the south, and I've seen it last months up here in Alaska just because someone in water during cold months and recovered, months later, and they still have some rigor. So it's certainly very temperature and environmentally dependent.
Okay. And in this case, in your report, you noted that rigor mortis was no longer present in Saria's extremities?
Yeah.
Okay. You were asked about essentially a typographical mistake in your report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. On page 3, did you write indeterminate instead of intermediate?
I did, right under the head and neck in the sentence that's about to describe the entrance wound. I called that indeterminate. That is an error. It
Okay.
should have been intermediate.
Okay. But your opinion, the very first page, says intermediate.
Yes.
Okay. And you testified at the grand jury and said intermediate?
Yes.
And you met with Ms. Brewster some time ago and clarified for her that that was a typo in your report?
I believe so.
Okay. May I show you a page of that transcript? Just go ahead and read that highlighted part and tell me if that reflects your recollection.
Out loud or to myself?
To yourself.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So you'd already clarified with her that that was a typo?
I did.
Okay. You're never saying that this is indeterminate. It's always been intermediate from your medical opinion?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to get back to the cause and, to the manner of death. You said the exam findings primarily guide your decision on manner of death, right?
Yes.
And to be able to put it in your report?
As a manner. But my degree of medical certainty is a high level of medical certainty.
Okay. And your exam findings are that this is an intermediate gunshot range, which means, was it likely to be self-inflicted?
Unlikely.
Why?
The distance of that patterned, relatively low density stippling, in my belief, is further away than someone could have triggered the weapon themselves, and it's not. It's unlikely to have been a pattern that can be inflicted by triggering it yourself. You'd have to have the distance from the gun to the head. So.
Okay. And does the angle in the side of the the side of the head matter if you know, like, that she was predominantly right-handed?
Not necessarily, because sometimes left-handed people can do it left side, right side. So it's an unusual location. If you're considering a suicide, it's not a typical location for that.
Okay, why?
Most suicides are either left temple, right temple, in the mouth, or underneath the skin, and they're almost all contact.
And this was decidedly not a contact wound?
Yes, no, it was not.
Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Right, thank you, doctor. Please step down. We've been going for quite a while. We're going to take a break at this point. Now, please don't discuss the case. We'll have you back here in a few minutes. Thank you. Please be seated. You had two more today?
One more today. I think she'll be long, though. This is
She'll be a
the
little bit longer.
ballistic expert.
Okay, so it was okay to take a break right now?
Yeah, perfect.
All right, how much time do you want to take? If you can time it so that we finish with this witness today. I know you don't know what cross is going to be, but.
I would like to finish with this witness, too.
Right, so I don't know how long this witness is going to take.
I don't
Now-
need a break at all, so take the time the court needs.
Well, let's take 15 minutes.
Okay.
Does that work? I have 11:43 on mine. Let's come back at noon. And that should give you plenty of time to finish this last witness.
I hope so.
All right, great. Thank you. Off record.
have a quick assessment, order.
Okay.
You remember Ms. Dunlop disclosed to me, I think a few weeks ago, in the course of our conversation, we discussed
I'm
that.
having a hard time hearing you. If you could
That's fair.
sit down next to the microphone, I don't care if you're standing. You can sit.
Or plug it in.
Is that better?
That is much better. Thank you.
Sorry, Judge. So Ms. Dunlop disclosed to me that Ms. Castle has an opinion that this, based on her work in this case, that this is not a suicide. I'm asking for a protective order on that opinion being solicited to the jury today because Ms. Castle is a ballistics expert. This is not the general type of thing that ballistics experts speak about. They talk about guns. They don't talk about manner of death. So I am asking for a protective order on that issue.
State.
I think her opinion was that it was unlikely to be a suicide, and that's based on muzzle to target distance, her muzzle to target distance testing, but also based on the angle and location of the wound. After her and I spoke, and she learned that the defense was that this was self-inflicted, she did some peer review of her work, but also used the frame of a similar gun to see if it would be even possible to pull a trigger holding the gun at that angle, and found that it was incredibly awkward, if not impossible, to do. And I expect her to give that opinion to the jury, and I disclosed that to Ms. Brewster weeks ago now.
Judge, the disclosure was the opinion. It was not the underlying testing, this new testing that I'm just hearing about now today. And I'm a little perplexed about how the witness learned what our defense is if she's not talking about the case.
Of course, I'm talking about the case with the expert.
There's never an order that they can't talk to their witnesses. The order was that once the witness takes the stand, they're not to have conversations about their testimony or the case at that point.
They're also
So I want to be clear about that.
I understand, Judge, but I'm concerned that the witness has been watching opening statements.
Do you have any basis for that?
So our position is that this witness is not qualified to talk about the manner of death. She is a ballistics expert.
She's primarily put on the stand to talk about the testing did they test this actual gun?
Yeah, so
It was the actual round that was found at the scene?
Judge,
Just
yes.
let me ask my question.
Okay.
With the round that was found at the scene? Or?
Many,
rounds,
yes.
Yes, okay. And given Dr. Gallagher's testimony, and given what defense has presented or confronted Dr. Gallagher with, that in the textbook, if you will, they make clear that it's important to have that follow-up testing to make an actual determination of distance that's consistent with the stipulating that was found present on the corpse. And so all of that, to a great degree, does speak to whether this was a suicide or not. I don't know what her conclusions are in terms of, I haven't seen the report. I don't know how far away it is. The defense of suicide, and I don't know if that's your defense, I'm assuming that's what the defense is. The state doesn't necessarily know about that ahead of time, obviously. It's brought in. Their experts can follow along in a trial. They're allowed to shape their opinion given the testimony that's come in. They're not stuck necessarily with exactly what was reported in the report. So I'm going to allow her to make her observations in terms of her saying, ultimately, I know that this was a suicide. I don't think she's going to say that. She's going to say this is inconsistent with a self-inflicted wound.
And to be clear, the message I received was on June 9th at 5:11 from Ms. Dunlop. It read, and I quote, "When I met with Samantha Castle in anticipation of her trial, I asked her if it was likely that the gunshot was from suicide. She told me that it was unlikely, but wanted to confirm a few things. I asked her that question in response to what I perceived to be the defense based on the jury questionnaires and motion practice of the defense. I spoke with her today, and she solidified that after we spoke, by talking with her peers, reviewing the case and weapon, and confirmed that it was unlikely. I asked her to put that in writing for discovery to you, but I am letting you know that she holds that opinion now since we are opening tomorrow, and it is not in a report."
Right.
It's still not in a report.
No, it's not in a report.
And as I just explained, I don't think there's anything inappropriate about that.
And so our objection is to qualifications and late notice.
Okay. I'm not going to qualify her yet. I haven't heard her qualifications. They'll walk them through that. You can raise that objection. I imagine that she has been found to be an expert in the area of ballistics. She's not, well, is she going to be testifying about the bullet angle and how that's inconsistent?
Yes,
Okay. And what qualifies her to do that?
she is.
In terms of inconsistent of being able to pull the trigger and get that angle, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, so she used a firearm that was similar. She is at least close in height to Miss Hildabrand. And yeah, I can have her describe for you, but she has extensive firearms training. She knows what trigger pull is, how hard it is to pull a trigger, where the gun, and from her muzzle to target distance testing, she knows how far away the gun had to be from her head to.
All of that makes complete sense as
do it.
a ballistics expert.
Right.
And the tools.
Yeah, and I think what she's gonna say is it would be, and you can clarify if I'm wrong, that it was extremely awkward, if not impossible, to pull a trigger in a normal shooting position that way.
I'll allow that over the objection. Anything else?
No.
Are you ready for the jury?
Yes.
I am.
Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. State.
Your Honor, this is Samantha Castle.
Sorry. No more. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Please raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case now before the court with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please. And you can please state and spell your first and last name.
Yes, my name is Samantha Castle, first name Samantha, last name Castle.
And Ms. Castle, if you could start by introducing yourself and telling the jury what you do for a living.
I am a forensic scientist in the firearm and tool mark identification section at the Alaska Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory here in Anchorage.
And how long have you been doing that work?
I've been working in that section at the lab since October of 2021.
And prior to that, did you work in any other sections of the lab?
I also worked previously in the fingerprint processing section at the laboratory prior to starting my firearms training.
Okay. And what kind of education do you have to be able to be hired at the lab?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biological Sciences, along with minors in Chemistry and Spanish from Northern Arizona University.
And when did you get your degree?
I received that degree in 2015.
Okay. And it sounds like you've been working in firearms and tool mark examination since 2021?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell the jury about some specific training you've had in firearms and tool mark examination?
Absolutely. So I was actually lucky enough to be selected into the National Firearms Examiner Academy. It's a program put on by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, and it's a year-long training program for firearm and tool mark examiners. They select 12 people from around the country every year, and the course is year-long and cut up into 4 phases. So for the first phase of that training, I was at my home laboratory here in Anchorage, performing copious research and writing research reports on that research regarding any number of subjects in firearm and tool mark identification, from historical guns to how guns are currently manufactured, different types of ammunition that can be used, black powder, to different events that were important during firearm and tool mark identification history. For phase 2, I actually lived in Ammendale, Maryland, next to the ATF National Laboratory for 15 weeks. During that time, they brought in a number of instructors from all over the country, experts in firearm and tool mark identification, to teach us different modules that we would need to learn for the course. Those ranged from operability of firearms and how to perform a function check, to how to use a microscopy, comparing fired ammunition components such as discharge cartridge cases and fired bullets and tool marks, to performing serial number restoration, distance determination, any number of subjects such as that. And during that time, we also traveled to a number of manufacturing facilities, both for firearm manufacturing and for ammunition component manufacturing. So we were able to see how those tools, the firearms, are made and how that ammunition is made. During phase 3, I came back to my home laboratory. ATF sent me 4 mock cases, so cases I would typically see in normal casework. I performed those cases and sent them back to the ATF. And during that time, I also did a self-led research project. Mine was on the deterioration of gunshot residue in humid and non-humid environments. For phase 4, I returned back to the National Laboratory in Maryland, where I completed a mock trial on one of the mock cases that were sent to me during phase 3, and then I presented my research to my peers and some firearm and tool mark identification examiners from around the country.
Do you come out of that year-long process with any particular certifications?
There is no certification. I completed the class, but there isn't a written certification that's given out.
Okay. What about the Alaska State Crime Detection Laboratory? Does it hold certifications?
It does, yes. And I apologize. I forgot to mention that after my year of training, I did 1 year of 100% verified casework. So what that means is I would perform a case, and a senior analyst at the lab would take out all evidence again and re-examine it after I was done with the case to ensure that they agreed with the conclusions that I had made on that report.
Okay. So did you have any issues during that time?
No, I did not.
Okay. And those senior analysts, at the time you were beginning, was that Deborah Gillis and Nikki Roth?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask you about qualifications or certifications that the lab holds.
Absolutely. So our lab is accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board, which is a mouthful. They're also known as ANAB. And do you want me to expand on that any further?
Yes, please.
So essentially what accreditation is there are standards set forth for testing laboratories in general, and then also for forensic testing laboratories by ANAB. And being accredited means that our policies and procedures are in line and we meet those standards set forth by that agency. What it also means is that our standards our policies can be more stringent than what is set forth by that agency. So It would range from anything from minimum qualifications for a firearm and tool mark examiner like myself to what kind of training we need in order to perform casework, any competency or proficiency tests that are required annually, the methods that we use at our laboratory, the type of equipment that we use, such as a comparison microscope, how we write reports and notes, and then how that is released to the requesting agency, as well as chain of custody. So it controls pretty much everything that happens at the laboratory. And we're on a 4-year accreditation cycle, meaning that we have auditors from ANAB who come into the lab to examine how we're doing our casework and whether or not we're doing our casework in accordance with the manuals that we have laid out for our policies and procedures. We also do an internal audit every year where we look at those standards and see how we're meeting them in our policies and procedures.
And is the lab certified and accredited?
Yes, it is accredited.
Okay. And in addition to, you talked about the National Firearms Examiner Academy, have you done a number of other trainings since then with various armorers and other relevant coursework?
Yes, I have. I am a member of the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, AFTE. AFTE puts on a training seminar every year. So I started attending them in 2023, I believe, where I actually presented my research on gunshot residue deterioration. But during those training seminars, they also offer a number of workshops and classes, which would include armorers courses. I've taken some from Springfield Armory, Glock, Remington, things of that nature. And then they also offer different classes. I've taken some on non-destructive recovery of serial numbers, obliterated marks, different distance determination testing methods, things of that sort. So it's an annual training opportunity. Okay.
At this point, Judge, I would move to qualify Ms. Castle as an expert in the field of firearms and tool mark examination.
The parties approach, please. Any objection?
No, Jeff.
All right, she's so qualified.
So let's start with kind of general procedures at the lab, Ms. Castle. When a firearm comes into the lab to be examined, is there kind of an order of operations that has to happen?
Yes, so the first thing is that a law enforcement agency will submit items of evidence to the lab for examination. And whatever evidence items they would like to submit, that's accompanied with what's called a request for laboratory services. It's a form the lab has that essentially has the officer write out what items of evidence they're submitting, what they would like done with those items of evidence, for example, firearms examination or latent print processing. And it also leaves room for the agency information as well as any related individuals. So after that's submitted to the laboratory, our evidence section receives that either in person or via the mail. They process that case and give it a unique case identifier in our laboratory information management system. It's an online system we call LIMS, where we track that case and all items of evidence, and where I will use the worksheets in that system to do my examination or to document my examination. So after that comes into the lab and is processed by evidence, it's held in our evidence vault until I request a case. Usually we do it oldest to newest. And then that evidence is brought up by an evidence technician and put in our firearm and tool mark discipline section evidence vault until I'm ready to work on it.
Okay. And what if, you know, the police say, hey, we want DNA and fingerprints and ballistics testing done? How do you navigate that within the lab?
So we use least destructive to most destructive as our order of operations. So obviously DNA is going to have to go first, because if anyone touches that firearm, the DNA could be contaminated or breathe on it. So DNA will go first. Then latent fingerprinting is the next least destructive method of testing. So they will then do the latent print processing and examination of those items that are submitted. And firearms always goes last. We are the most destructive as far as DNA or latent fingerprints is concerned. So we're always the last section to process evidence of that type.
So I want to talk with you about the case. In this case, your LIMS number is 23-04856, but was that a case submitted by Detective Troy Clark for firearms analysis to the state crime lab?
Yes, that's the state's lab number for this case number. I believe APD has their own case number, but it's for this request, yes, evidence was submitted.
And what items were submitted to you for testing?
So for testing in this case, I received one Glock brand handgun case, 16 live 9mm Luger caliber Win head stamped cartridges and one magazine, one 9mm Luger caliber Sig Sauer model P320 M18 semi-automatic pistol, one light, one battery, one rubber band, and 21 live 9mm Luger caliber Ammo Inc. head stamped cartridges, one 9mm Luger caliber Glock model 45 semi-automatic pistol, and 17 live 9mm Luger caliber cartridges, one fired bullet jacket and 3 fragments, and one fired bullet jacket fragment.
Okay. You described one of the first, well, you talked about the Glock handgun case first, but as far as the Glock handgun, which is item 1069942, was any analysis performed on the handgun case?
No, I took photographs of the handgun case as received, documented what I saw in the handgun case, but no analysis was performed on that.
Okay. Was some of the ammunition that was submitted ultimately used by you in your testing?
Yes, 4 of the Win head stamped cartridges were used for my testing.
Okay.
In this case.
And is that some muzzle to target distance testing that you did?
That is correct, yes.
Why did you choose to use those, that ammunition instead of some of the other ammunition that was submitted?
So in a muzzle to target distance determination, when we are trying to determine how far away from the muzzle of the firearm the target was at the time of discharge, it's very important that we use the exact firearm and ammunition combination that was used at the scene, because different ammunition can be cleaner or dirtier than other ammunition, as well as different firearms can produce different patterns of gunshot residue that would be left behind at the scene or on the target. So I want to match as exactly as I can the ammunition and firearm combination that was used. And in this case, the fired bullet jacket fragment had comparable features to those Win head stamp cartridges.
Okay. And so I want to talk about kind of your steps, maybe in 3 or 4 different parts, but let's start with, do you test the operability of the firearms in front of you?
Absolutely. So every firearm that is submitted to the lab, no matter what it's submitted for, undergoes a function test first and foremost. So as I take that firearm, I'm going to scan it into my own custody and open up one of our firearms worksheets in that LIMS system. I also take photographs of the firearm as received so we can document the as received condition. So as I'm going through looking at the firearm, I'm documenting everything from the barrel and overall length of the firearm to the coating on the slide, what color the frame is, what type of rifling it has in the barrel of the firearm. And then I also go through and do an actual function test. So I'm going to test the trigger pull weight. What that means is how much force needs to be applied to the trigger of that firearm in order to cause fear release or to cause the gun to go off. I will also test things like the safeties, part of our function test is to determine whether or not the safeties are operating as designed. If they're, and I document what safeties there are, if they're operating as designed. If they aren't, I would document any abnormalities I might see. I'll also document if there's any damage to the gun, things of that nature. And then I take that firearm into our range at the laboratory and do the test firing portion of our function test to determine whether or not that gun is firing, extracting, ejecting, loading as normal or as designed.
Okay, if I may approach, Judge, I'm going to show you a couple of things here. The first is Basic Exhibit 276. And then I'm going to give you those.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you 336, 337, 276, and 275. Okay. What is State's Exhibit 276?
Can I take a minute to review that?
Please.
Okay.
And it's been repackaged for the jury to be able to see it, but.
Yeah, so state's evidence, item number 276 is that Sig Sauer 9mm Luger caliber pistol, model P320 M18. There's also a magazine and some cartridges in this evidence item as well.
Okay, so let's talk about that gun. Did you do all the testing you just described, doing on this weapon?
Yes, I did.
Okay, tell the jury a little bit about the safety features and the operability of that gun.
Absolutely. So this gun is a single action firearm and it's recoil operated. So what that means is the user would, generally speaking, fill the magazine with cartridges, insert those cartridges into the magazine well, and in order to get the first round off of the magazine and into the chamber, the user would rack the slide or pull it back and let it go. That is then going to strip that top cartridge off the magazine and push it into the chamber. At that point, the gun would be what we call in battery or ready to fire. This gun does have some safety features on it. It has some finger safety. So on the rear of the slide, it's essentially a little lever that the user can push up or down. When it's in the safe, that would block the trigger from being able to interact with that firing pin in the firearm. And when the safety is off, then the user can pull the trigger and the gun will go off.
Can you, just really quick, can you take a look at the photographs in front of you, and is 277 two photographs that you took of that weapon?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and move to admit and publish 277.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
You're admitted, you may publish.
Can you show the jury when you say the safety where that is?
Absolutely. So you can see the laser pointer. So this is the safety, the thumb finger safety here. It has a little tab on it, and it's actually an ambidextrous thumb finger safety. So it can be operated from either side of the firearm. And then when I was speaking earlier about the magazine well, this is where the magazine well is. That's where the magazine would be inserted. We've got the slide up here, the frame, and then this is the chamber and barrel of that firearm.
Okay, so to operate this firearm, someone has to rack the slide and then do what to the safety? So
if the safety was in the safe position, the user would have to move it into the off safe position. And if it was off safe already, it would be ready to fire.
Okay, understood.
And it has a couple of other safeties as well. I don't know if you want me to go into that.
Can you please describe those?
Absolutely. It has what's called a firing pin block, which is essentially a little plunger type safety that's in the top of the slide here internally. And it prevents the firing pin from moving forward unless the trigger is fully pulled to the rear. So there's a protuberance on the trigger bar that when the trigger is fully pulled to the rear, it moves that plunger safety up and out of the way to allow that firing pin to move forward. It also has a mechanical disconnector, and what that is it prevents the trigger bar from interacting with the sear. The sear is the part that holds the firing pin back, unless this slide is in the in battery position. So what you're seeing here is the gun in battery. It's ready to fire. If the slide was pulled rearward and the chamber was not closed, it would be out of battery, and that disconnector prevents the gun from going off if it's in that position where it's not in battery.
Okay. Another thing you talked about was trigger pull. What is trigger pull and how do you test it?
Yes, so trigger pull, as I mentioned, is the amount of pressure or force that's required to be applied to that trigger in order to cause sear release or to cause the gun to go off, the firing pin to move forward. And the way that we test that at the laboratory is with arsenal weights. We have weights that are cast iron and they go in increments of a ½ pound. We then also have a metal hook, essentially, that we can put the weights on the bottom. The metal hook is perpendicular to those weights, and then there's a piece that comes off at like an L, if you can think about an L, that we would then hold the firearm with the barrel towards the ceiling and rest those weights on the trigger of the firearm. And we add weight until we figure out the breaking point at which the trigger will cause the gun to go off, at what weight. So we give that in a range since we only have ½ pound increments. The first number we give is the number the gun will not go off at. So in this case, it was 6.5 pounds. But at 7 pounds, 7 pounds of weight on that trigger, the gun did go off.
So somebody has to pull that trigger somewhere between 6.5 and 7 pounds of pressure to be able for the firearm to fire?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then you talked about operability. You go in and actually test fire the weapon to make sure it's operating as designed. What happened when you did that with this weapon?
Correct. So I test fired this firearm 4 times with the ammunition that we talked about previously and found that it was operable. It fired, loaded, fired, extracted, ejected as designed.
Okay. And you used some of the submitted ammunition for that process?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Now, after you figure out the safety features, the operability of this weapon, do you do research into the weapon itself to see if there's anything special you should know about it?
Absolutely. So I will look at the owner's manuals for the firearm to get additional information if I need to look up any part names that I might be looking at in the firearm itself, as well as we check for any recalls or sometimes they're called voluntary upgrades on the firearm where it may need to go in for service.
Okay. And did this weapon have any of those?
It did. It had a recall, is what it's called by AFD, my association, and then Sig Sauer calls it a voluntary upgrade. So it did have one of those, yes.
And what was that for?
So previously, this model of firearm was having problems when users would drop the gun, it would go off without the trigger being pulled. That was the issue that Sig Sauer started the voluntary upgrade for. So what they did with the voluntary upgrade in order to alleviate that issue was they installed the disconnector that we spoke about earlier, which prevents the trigger bar from interacting with the sear unless the gun is in battery position. They also reduced the weight of the trigger itself to reduce the inertia if it were to fall and hit the ground to prevent that from going off. And they added another notch in the sear itself so that if the firing pin were somehow to not get caught on the first notch, a second notch would catch it from moving forward without it being the trigger being intentionally pulled.
Okay. When you learned that information, did you do anything first to ascertain whether or not this firearm had undergone that voluntary upgrade and whether it was subject to that potential flaw?
Yes, I did. So the first thing I did was look at the Sig Sauer website and determine what they changed about the firearm. I took this firearm apart after test firing it to determine what pieces and parts this firearm had, if they were in alignment with one that had been upgraded or one that still needed the upgrade. I also checked the Sig Sauer website. You can input the serial number of a firearm to determine whether or not it has these upgrade features. So I did all of that. I also can't say whether or not it was sold in this fashion or it had been upgraded. I don't know that. I could only account for the parts that are here according to the upgrade that they have on the website information. And in the laboratory, I also did a drop test. So what that means is
Can I stop you before we go to the drop test?
Absolutely.
When you looked at that, had this weapon been fully upgraded?
Yes, so it has the internal components, meaning that it has been upgraded.
Okay, so it has the thinner trigger and the internal components?
Yes, that's correct. This gun had the disconnector as well as the disconnector notch within it, the upgraded parts.
And you don't know if that was something done after it was sold or something done at the manufacturer originally?
Correct, I'm not sure about that.
Okay, will you take a look at 278? The photograph, I'm sorry. What does 278 depict?
278 is the inside of the firearm with the frame removed. I'm
Is
sorry, the slide removed.
Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
And I'd move at this point to admit and publish 278.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
278 is admitted, you may publish.
Is this one of many photographs of the inside that you took?
Yes, I took photographs of the inside of the frame as well as the inside top of the slide as well
Okay.
to
And
document.
what were you depicting here?
I was depicting, it's a little hard for me to tell right here, but this is the trigger bar itself, the sear assembly. So this is the piece that prevents the firing pin from moving forward until the trigger is pulled. I believe this is the disconnector right here. So that disconnector is what prevents the trigger bar from interacting with the sear unless the gun is in battery. And this is the other side of the trigger bar here. And the ejector right there. So just documenting the internal components as received of this firearm.
Okay. And then I interrupted you, but you were going to tell them you did a drop test to make sure that it wasn't, subject to going off when dropped. How do you do that?
So to perform a drop test at our laboratory, we take the firearm with a round in the chamber, a live round in the chamber. I keep my finger off of the trigger and I use a mallet to, on the sides, the back, the front, not the front of the muzzle, but the front of the area of the slide. I use it on the frame as well to see if I can get that gun to go off without pulling the trigger. So that's how we try to simulate a drop test in a safe environment within the laboratory.
Okay, so you don't actually drop it, but you bang on it a lot.
Correct, yes.
Okay. When you did that, was there any unintended firing?
No, there was not. The gun did not go off.
Okay. So based on the operability test you did, the inspection and research you did, and that drop test, you have no reason to believe that this weapon has any malfunctions at all?
Correct, I do not.
Okay. So understanding that, I'd like to move on to some of the comparison testing that you did.
Okay.
There are two exhibits in front of you that are bullet fragments, the physical exhibits. And what numbers are those, 335 and 336?
They are 336 and 337.
336 and 337. Are those the fragments that you were asked to compare in your laboratory?
Yes, they are.
Okay, how do you know that?
So when I open an item of evidence, I will write on the packaging itself the case number, item number, date, and my initials for when I opened it. I also scribe the item of evidence that I examine with an electric scribe. So on the base of this bullet jacket, I have scribed the case number, item number, and my initial. And then I also date and sign the evidence tape when I reseal the item of evidence.
Okay. So those have clearly been repackaged for court by somebody, but you can tell that those are the bullet fragments and jacket that you examined?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And how do you go about comparison testing, like to say, was this potentially fired by this gun? What are you looking for?
So the first thing I do when I take an item of evidence, we'll say a bullet in this case, is to take that item out of its packaging. I document the same way I described with the firearm with photographs, documenting all of my observations, and then I'm looking at it for suitability. Does this item of evidence, this fired bullet, have enough information on it, essentially, to continue with a comparison? And if it does, then I will obviously continue my examination. During that initial exam, I'm also looking at all of the class characteristics. So is this gun the same caliber? Does it have the same type of rifling? All of those sorts of things before I will compare it to actual test fires from a gun. If the class characteristics are different, say a 9mm and a .45, then those couldn't have come from the same firearm. So I'm looking at class characteristics first, and then I will say this is suitable, it has enough information, and continue with my comparison. So the first thing I do in a comparison is look at my test fires from the gun itself. because I want to see if that gun produces enough markings and if those markings are reproducible to identify the test fires to each other first. I know they came from the gun, but I want to see if there's enough information on the bullets themselves that I would come to that conclusion either way. If there is, and I'm able to ID those bullets to the firearm, then I will continue with my examination and compare the evidence item, the fired bullet, to one or both of the tests on a comparison microscope, I apologize, which is, it's essentially two microscopes you might have seen in science class. They're connected, compound microscopes. They're connected by an optical bridge. So when I look in the eyepieces, I can see one item of evidence on the left and one item of evidence on the right and compare those. I can essentially overlap the images and move a hairline back and forth to see what is in agreement and what might not be in agreement.
And when you looked at the class characteristics of the jacket and fragments, what did you find?
So the jacket itself had the same class characteristics, as the Sig Sauer pistol, and it had different class characteristics than the Glock pistol.
Okay. We've been talking about the Sig Sauer, but you were also comparing to the Glock as well.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And were all of those pieces suitable for comparison?
They were not, no. Some of the pieces appeared to be small portions of jacket and lead. This fired bullet jacket had shed its core, so the core was not submitted with the item of evidence. The other item of evidence, the fired bullet jacket fragment, had one piece of a land impression and two partial groove impressions, I believe. So I did compare it, but there wasn't enough information on it to make a conclusion either way.
Okay. Were you able to say of the magazines and ammunition that were submitted to you, were you able to say of which type it likely was?
Yes, so the fired bullet jacket and the jacket fragment were comparable in construction features to the Win head-stamped cartridges, and that was due to the jacket finish and composition, as well as the lack of cannelure. That bullet style is a jacketed hollow point, so the nose petals were of the same shape and size as the Win head-stamped cartridges, and I believe it had a flat base, and the angle of the heel was comparable as well. So all of those features led me to believe it was comparable to those Win head-stamped cartridges, Winchester silver tip cartridges.
Okay, and if you take a look at the photograph that is 279, what is that?
That is a photograph of a magazine that was submitted, Sig Sauer magazine, as well as the 16 Win head-stamped cartridges.
Does it also have a representative photograph of that head stamp?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and did you take each of those photos?
Yes, I did.
I'll move at this point for the admission of and publication of State's Exhibit 279.
No objection.
Submitted, you may publish.
Okay, and I just want to check one thing. Are those, is that the same item that is here in State's Exhibit 275?
Yes, it is.
Now, let's move on to the comparison. Once we can narrow it down from the other ammunition that was at the scene or in the apartment, if you believe it has the same class characteristics as this ammunition, how do you go about comparing the jacket to the gun itself?
So as I mentioned, I take those test fires from the firearm itself, and I'm intercomparing them to ensure that I can make an identification that that gun has enough reproducible marks to make an intercomparison identification between those tests. After I do that on the comparison microscope, I will put the item of evidence, the fired bullet jacket fragment, or bullet jacket in this case, on the left-hand stage of my comparison microscope, and my test from the firearm, my known, on the right-hand stage, and then I will intercompare those as well.
Okay. And so I'm going to have you take a look at 270, or I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 280. Is State's Exhibit 280 basically two different photographs of each jacket and fragment that you took?
Yes, it is.
The jackets and fragments that are State's Exhibit 336 and 337?
This does not include State's Exhibit 336 in this photograph, but it does include the fragments in State's Exhibit 337.
Because 336 was not suitable for comparison?
It was suitable for comparison purposes, but it did not have enough information for me to make a definitive conclusion either way.
Understood. Are those true and accurate to the photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
Okay, move at this point for the admission and publication of 280.
No objection.
Admitted, you may publish.
Okay. Why do you take these photographs?
I take these photographs to document the condition of the evidence as received from at the laboratory before I perform any examination or testing on them.
Okay. And do you have to manipulate the jacket at all to do your comparison?
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell the jury about that.
So as you can see, this bullet jacket came in extremely damaged. So this is the jacket that I'm referring to, and the base of it here, it had shed its core. So normally a jacketed bullet like this will have a lead core, which gives the bullet weight, and then it has a jacket, in this case, a nickel colored jacket that houses that lead core to essentially keep the lead core from being too damaged, if that makes sense. And this jacket here was extensively damaged, so I had to use a punch and a mallet in order to get the base of the jacket flat again, in order to compare the size of that jacket to my test fires. Additionally,
In doing that, are you careful not to damage or impact like the striations or any of the markings on the outside of the jacket?
absolutely, yes. So I will not have anything coming in contact with the outside of the jacket where those striations are that I'm going to examine during my comparison. I put a punch in the base of the jacket here just so I could flatten it out a little bit. So the base of the jacket has no information regarding which gun could have fired it on the base of the jacket. Just makes it so it's easier for me to compare that.
Okay. And you talked about the comparison being done on a compound microscope. Are State's Exhibits 281, 282, and 283 photographs of that comparison as you were doing it?
Yes, they are.
Okay, and move at this point for the admission and publication of 281, 282, and 283?
No objection.
They're admitted, you may publish.
Okay, so what's going on in 281?
So 281 is an example of what we see on the comparison microscope. So we have a camera connected to that comparison microscope. And as I mentioned, we have two stages, a left stage and a right stage. What's currently happening in this photograph is the fired bullet jacket is on the left stage here, the item of evidence. And then my test fires from the firearm are on the right stage. And I don't know if you can see this little black line going up and down in the middle. That's what I referred to as our hairline. We can move that back
Madam
and forth.
Clerk, can I have you turn the lights down just a little bit?
After,
Is that better? Okay.
so after I overlay those two items of evidence kind of on top of each other visually in that microscope, I'm able to move this hairline back and forth so I can see what is in agreement or disagreement from the left-hand stage to the right-hand stage.
Okay, and what were you able to conclude based on 281 and your examination surrounding that?
So I concluded based on two areas of groove impression, so this being one of them, 2 groove impressions and 1 land impression, that there was sufficient agreement for an identification and that this question bullet had been fired from the Sig Sauer pistol.
Okay. One thing we haven't talked with the jury about is lands and grooves. You talked about, going to the different manufacturers to see the manufacturing process for some of these weapons, but what are lands and grooves and how are they produced?
So lands and grooves are helical grooves that are put into the barrel of the firearm in a spiral fashion during manufacturing. And they're essentially raised areas and lowered areas if you're looking inside the barrel of the firearm. What that does is it causes the bullet to have spin as it leaves the muzzle of the firearm, which gives it better gyroscopic stability and accuracy at longer ranges. It's essentially the same thing as if a professional football quarterback were to throw a football with a spiral versus me tossing it in the air. It's going to go a lot farther with that spiral and get to its intended target a lot better than if I were just to lob it up. So that's the same idea behind it. And Lands within the firearm itself are raised areas, and grooves are the lowered areas. That's what we refer to them as. So we have the inverse then on the bullet. These groove impressions are the raised areas. The land impressions are the depressed areas where that metal has kind of clung onto the bullet as it's moving through the barrel.
Okay. And you do the test fires in order to see the distinct rifling characteristics of that firearm and if they're reproducible?
Correct. So I will look at the evidence bullet, so this one on the left, and I can see the rifling on the outside of that bullet, how many lands and groove impressions it has, and what the direction of twist is. Then I will also, when I'm doing my function test on the gun, look inside the barrel to see the number of lands and grooves and the direction of twist. And then once I have those test fires, I will compare them as well. So for the class characteristics to be the same, I would need the same number of lands and groove impressions, the same direction of twist, as well as the same width of those land and groove impressions. The widths would have to be the same as well.
Okay. Now with that explanation, can you tell the jury what opinion you're able to give about the Sig Sauer firearm in front of you relative to the bullet jacket in front of you?
Yes, it was my conclusion that the fired bullet jacket was fired from the Sig Sauer pistol in this case.
Okay. I'm going to move to 282. What does 282 show?
It shows a second groove impression area, a photograph that I took on the comparison scope of the evidence to the test.
Okay, so this is just another area of agreement?
Yes, yes,
Oh.
that's correct.
And then 283.
283 is a photograph under the comparison microscope again of the evidence fired bullet jacket on the left-hand side and a test fire from the Glock Model 45 pistol on the right-hand side. And that's demonstrating an elimination based on class characteristics.
Okay, so what do you mean? There's more of what on the Glock?
So they actually had the same number of
Right.
depressed areas and raised areas and the same direction of twist. However, Glock uses a different style of manufacturing when they're putting rifling into their barrels. We call it polygonal rifling, meaning it doesn't have, if you can see, the hard shoulders that are more or less 90 degrees here on that evidence jacket. Glock uses more hills and valleys within the inside of their firearms, which is called polygonal, versus these hard shoulders we refer to as conventional rifling. Additionally, the Glock barrel is a newer style, and it has a what we call Glock marksman barrel. So there are these rails, these deep grooves in between each of the kind of land impression and groove impression areas. So a totally different type of rifling in the Glock compared to the evidence bullet jacket.
Okay. And I want to move to 284. Is that just a compilation photo of essentially all the items you tested relative to that particular firearm this big?
Yes, this is a photograph of all the items of evidence that were submitted with that Sig Sauer pistol.
Okay, and did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
And compile them together?
Yes, I did.
Okay, move at this point for the admission and publication of 284.
No objection.
It's admitted, you may publish.
Okay. And the serial number is in the very middle of that?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I want to move on to the muzzle to target distance testing that you did. And can you explain to the jury your process for doing that? Now that we know that the bullet jacket came from the Sig Sauer, are you focusing on the Sig Sauer to do that testing?
Yes, that's correct. So the first thing is I'm looking at, in this case, photographs of the injury and any stippling or tattooing pattern, in this case on the skin. So if this were a distance determination with clothing, then I would be looking at the clothing for the same thing. So those gunshot residue products that are left behind on the target after firing. And so based on the stippling pattern that was presented in the photograph, I performed test fires, which are the test fires I described with the Sig Sauer pistol, into what's called Naugahyde material. It's a fabric that we use as a skin simulant, essentially. It's trying to compare like to like as closely as we can in a laboratory setting. So I did test fires into Naugahyde with those test fired bullets at distances of contact, 6 inches, 12 inches, and 18 inches. And those distances are referring to the distance from the muzzle end of the gun where the bullet comes out to the target itself.
Okay. And what were your conclusions?
My conclusions in this case were that I could recreate the pattern of stippling from the evidence photograph that was submitted to me at distances of greater than contact and less than 12 inches in the laboratory.
Okay. And did you photograph that process?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you said you used an autopsy photograph to look at the pattern of stippling that you were trying to recreate?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, describe for the jury what a contact wound is or a close contact and how that would look in your understanding.
So generally speaking, when we have a contact wound, you can get cell-like tearing, which is it looks like star tearing, that sort of shape of the skin. Same thing if you were to have it up against a piece of fabric. We call that cell-like tearing. There's also usually a lot of damage at the wound site because the gases have nowhere to go except into the target themselves. And as we move farther out, say to near contact or an inch, we might still have some singeing or burning of that skin, certainly damage, and possibly a soot ring around the entrance site itself. At that point, we wouldn't really have any dispersion of gunpowder particles because there isn't enough space for those to start dispersing, I guess. So that's what a contact or a near contact would look like.
Okay. And so that's how you're able to rule out greater than contact or near contact?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you used an autopsy photo to replicate the stippling pattern?
That's correct, yes.
And what photo was that? And if you could actually just take a look, is it what I have in State's Exhibit 285? Or what's the next number? Sorry, my answer.
You've got it listed as 285.
285, yeah.
Yes, that's the photograph I used.
Okay, and this has been previously admitted, so if the cameras
For
could.
the cameras, please, this is not to be displayed.
So is that the photograph that you used to replicate the stippling pattern?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is 286, 87, and 88 your experiment shots, essentially, your test fires?
And 289.
And
yes.
289, okay. When we go to and are those all true and accurate copies of your test fires?
Yes, they are.
I'd move it at this point for the admission of 286 through 289.
No objection.
Okay.
Admitted.
So what is 286?
So 286 is an example of my contact test fire in the range. So this material here is an 8 by 8 inch square of nugget hide. That material we talked about, that's a skin simulant. And what we're looking at is essentially this is the hole that the bullet went through, that nugget hide material, and this is that stellite tearing that I was speaking of that kind of looks like a star as it tears. We also have a very heavy vaporous lead ring, soot ring right around that bullet hole as well.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to the autopsy photograph now. Is that consistent with that?
So I do not see any stellite tearing on the skin itself. And I noticed in the autopsy photograph that there was significant bruising around the area of the hole. So that made visualizing any soot difficult. However, it does not look like the contact shot with no stellite tearing. I did not have a heavy vaporous soot ring around the hole, and I had a dispersion of gunpowder particles, which I did not have on the contact shot.
Okay. And do you have stippling going out approximately 9 centimeters on the?
Yes.
So then let's go to, oh, I'm going the wrong direction. Let's go to 287. What does 287 show? And can I have, Madam Clerk, can I have you turn it down just one more? These are really hard to see. Maybe one more. Is that okay for everybody? Okay. What is this?
So this is a photograph of my test fire at 6 inches. As you can see, the hole in the naga hide material there is where the bullet went through that material. directly right next to that hole is what we call bullet wipe. So as the bullet is moving down the barrel of the gun, it's collecting up kind of the dirt that's been in the gun, unless it was recently cleaned, but also lead from the primer of the cartridge as it's discharged. And so when it goes through, the first thing that it enters, it essentially wipes itself clean. And that gives us, that's why we call it bullet wipe, and that gives us the direction of travel. So an exit wound would not have bullet wipe because the bullet would have deposited that on the entrance. So that gives us direction of travel, and that's what that is. The rest of what we're looking at here, there's a centrally dense pattern of partially burned and unburned gunpowder particles, if you can see them surrounding that hole, and that's what those are. So I think of it as if you've ever cleaned your windows with a bottle of Windex. When we're really close, if you were at contact, right, those particles have nowhere to go. So it's just maybe going to run down a stream down your window. But as you start moving back a little bit farther, you're going to get a larger dispersion of those particles hitting the target. And as you move back too far, they'll just stop hitting altogether. So what we're looking at here is close enough to still have a centrally dense pattern of those gunpowder particles hitting the target.
Okay. And do you know how wide those particles were spread? You've got a kind of a measurer there.
Yeah, so this is a ruler, a 6-inch ruler. So I would say, just kind of eyeballing it, around 4 inches.
Okay.
Maybe.
And, you know, I think it's always important to talk about like the limitations of science. A head is a rounded shape, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you're shooting into something that's flat.
Correct.
Okay.
And another limitation, of course, is that I'm shooting in a laboratory setting. So I don't have environmental impacts or, you know, other variables of that nature to contend with. So this is kind of in a perfect situation in the laboratory. This is what that shot would look like at 6 inches. So that's another limitation.
Yeah, I think another thing to think about, so when you say environmental, you don't have a fan going in there.
Correct.
Okay, and what kind of shooting stance are you using?
So I would use my typical shooting stance. Sometimes, since we are measuring the distance from the muzzle to the target, I want to make sure it's very still. So I'll put it in a little vise, which just has a V, so I can lean the muzzle of the gun in there and then make sure that my distance is accurate. But I would hold it as I normally would. So right hand, I'm a right-handed shooter, behind the back strap of the gun. I'm going to use my right finger to pull the trigger and then my left hand for support. So as I typically would shoot.
Okay, so understanding just kind of those variables, this is what you got at 6 inches.
Correct.
What does 288 show?
288 is a representative photo of the test fire at 12 inches. So as you can see, the bullet hole, again, we have bullet wipe as well. It's slightly fainter than it was in the last image, but it's still there. And there are gunpowder particles that are still hitting that target, but you can see that the pattern of those particles is not as dense, and it's gotten a little bit wider as I got farther back from the target.
Okay, so more diffused.
Yes, more diffuse is a good way to put that.
Okay, and then, but you can still clear, it's easier to see maybe on a computer screen, but you can still clearly see some stippling or gunpowder particles there.
Correct. Yes, the gunpowder particles landed and stayed on that material. And if you can see these dark dots here that I'm kind of pointing out, those would be, and even some of those lighter dots are unburned and partially burned gunpowder particles.
Okay. And then 289.
289 is my photograph of my test fire at 18 inches. So once again, we have the bullet hole with the bullet wipe surrounding it, and then a very diffuse pattern of gunpowder particles. So we have them kind of all over the place. There are a lot of outliers, but there isn't really a centrally dense, what I would call, pattern of those particles around the hole.
Okay. So based on this testing, it's your opinion that this was not a contact or near contact shot?
Correct.
But something less than 12 inches?
Correct.
Okay. And certainly not as much as 18 inches?
Yes, that was outside the range of my conclusion.
Okay. We can turn the lights back up, Madam Clerk. Now, when you reviewed the weapon and your experience in shooting firearms, tell me a little bit about your experience in shooting firearms.
So prior to getting this job, I didn't have a ton of experience, but I would go to the range with my father on occasion. So I got some experience with him test firing guns at the range. And then once I was selected into the National Firearm Examiner Academy, started getting a lot of experience test firing guns of all natures. So anything from a 22 to a 500 Smith & Wesson revolver. They taught us a little bit about stance and form, as well as just getting us used to seeing a variety of calibers, test firing those, seeing what that felt like. So that's pistols, and then, of course, rifles and shotguns as well.
Okay. Did you, shortly before this trial began, do some investigation to form an opinion about whether it was possible or likely that this wound could have been self-inflicted, given the gun that you examined and your experience in firearms handling?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jury about that.
Objection.
Overruled.
So I want to preface this by saying that I am not a suicidologist. That is not my area of expertise, nor is human behavior my area of expertise. I looked at the photographs, obviously, from the autopsy and the result of my distance determination testing. So in my opinion, the stippling pattern that I saw most closely resembled the 6-inch test fire. I can't give an exact distance because of those variables that we talked about, but it looked most similar to 6 inches. So when the idea was brought up that it could have been self-inflicted, I took a frame from a reference collection firearm that was approximately the same overall length and barrel length as the firearm in question, and talked to my coworkers at the lab with those variables included. So if we say, for example, at least 6 inches or approximately 6 inches from muzzle to target, as well as the location of the wound being on the left forehead where it was, I'm a right-handed shooter. So I tried to replicate what that might feel like to me if I were to do something like that with just the frame. And that isn't accounting. I obviously didn't have the slide or the barrel or any working components of the gun on there at the time that would have added weight to it. But it felt very awkward and very unnatural to me. So that's all I can say about that.
So to be able to pull the trigger back from that position?
To hold the gun, depending on how you're holding the gun, if you have a good hold on the gun like a shooter normally would, where the webbing of your fingers is behind the back of the gun with my right finger on the trigger, so holding the gun out in this fashion, as well as just holding the frame out, say, and putting my thumb on the trigger, so thinking of different ways that it could have been held possibly. Very awkward and unnatural for me.
Okay. Based on that, do you believe that it was unlikely to have been self-inflicted, at least in a normal shooting position?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes, I would say not impossible, but unlikely based on what it felt like for me.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Brewster?
Good afternoon, Ms. Maslin.
Good afternoon.
My name is Lacey Jane Brewster, I'm Mr. Hildabrand's attorney. I just have some quick follow-up. I want to talk to you a little more about the muzzle to target distance testing you did.
Okay.
Do you recall if there is a uncertainty range associated with this?
There is, yes. And would you like me to expand on that?
Yes,
Sorry.
please.
So our uncertainty is having to do with the actual measurement between the muzzle of the firearm and the target in the range itself. And that's expressed, I believe it's 0.2, plus or minus 0.2 inches at a 99.7% confidence interval. So meaning that 99.7% of the time, when we measure that out, the range that I report, so 6 inches, it's going to be within plus or minus 0.2 inches of that.
And a confidence interval, is that a term related to statistics?
It is, yes.
Can you please explain to the jury what a confidence interval is?
So I'm not a statistician by any means. We do these as part of our measurement of uncertainty. So when we're taking critical measurements within the lab, we formulate a measurement of uncertainty. And essentially what that means, the confidence interval, is how confident we are based on the data that's collected that we will be within that range at any given time. So if I'm trying to measure out 6 inches, our measurement of uncertainty is plus or minus 0.2 inches on either side of that 6-inch mark. That 99.7% of the time, I'll be within that number.
Thank you. And is that taking into account the limitations that you discussed with Ms. Dunlop on your direct examination?
It is. So my measurement of uncertainty is taking into account what happens only in the laboratory itself. So with the other examiners, how closely am I able to measure out 6 inches from the muzzle to the target? It doesn't have anything to do with the variables that happen to evidence before it comes into the laboratory at all. It's just based on the measurement, how exactly close I am when I'm doing my test fires in the range.
And if I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Please, thank you.
Okay.
I've approached you with an object and set it in front of you. If you're able to pick it up, is it labeled Defense Exhibit A?
Yes, it is.
And do you recognize what that is?
Yes, a fabric, I'm going to call it a fabric ruler,
A fabric ruler.
for lack of a better term. I can't think of the exact term, but
And do you recognize inches and centimeters?
yes.
And does that have inches?
Yes, it does have inches and centimeters, yes.
Thank you. So I want to just kind of show, can you show the jury, it sounded like your opinion was that the muzzle to target distance testing that you did was closest to 6 inches, was your opinion to match what you saw in the autopsy photo, correct?
True. The pattern that I saw in the autopsy photograph most closely matched my 6-inch test panel, but taking into account the variables and environmental factors that happen outside the laboratory, I give a range of greater than contact, less than 12 inches.
Thank you. So can you start with just by showing the jury where 6 inches would be on that ruler?
Yes. So this is approximately 6 inches.
And then you have your confidence interval of 0.2 inches. Can you show either direction what that looks like?
So our rulers are actually in tenths of an inch, so it's a little bit easier on that as opposed to this, which is in 30 seconds, but probably something like that. Slightly above the 6-inch mark, slightly below the 6-inch mark. So it's not too far off from the 6-inch mark itself.
And then can you show the jury what 12 inches looks like?
So that would be here.
Thank you. And same thing, can you show with the 0.2 inch differentiation?
Sure, and caveat being that I am eyeballing this, but somewhere around here to somewhere around here.
And for the record, is that a fair and accurate depiction of a sewing tape measure with inches on it?
Yes, of a sewing tape measure, yeah.
I'd move to admit Defense Exhibit A.
No objection.
Submitted.
And I want to talk to you about the Naugahyde? Is that?
Naugahyde? Yeah.
Naugahyde, thank you. Can you tell the jury again what that is?
It's a fabric that we use as a skin simulant. It's the best thing we can use in the laboratory, obviously without using real skin that's safe for test firing.
Is this generally accepted in your field as the appropriate way to determine muzzle to target determination based upon human skin versus Naugahyde? Is that generally accepted?
Yes, it is.
And Is there any reason why you couldn't use, say, pig skin?
That's just generally not performed. Generally, best practice or commonly accepted would be to use this naga hide material. If there was a request for doing test fires with pig skin, we might be able to accommodate that. I would have to check on laboratory procedures, but I just use best practice in this case.
Thank you. And then, is there a reason why you did not use essentially a replica of a sphere, like you shot into a flat target, correct?
I did, yes.
And so it's not the same as shooting into a round target, like a head?
That is correct, yes. There is obviously rounding on a human head that I cannot account for on my target, my range tests that are flat. That's correct.
How does that affect your opinion today?
It is a variable that I had to take into consideration when doing my distance determination testing, and that's another reason we give that range, so greater than contact and less than 12. So the curvature of the head itself played a factor in what that stippling pattern looked like on the skin. Obviously, if some of those gunpowder particles may have hit a flat target, that may have missed based on the curvature of the head. So that's something we have to take into consideration. But the stippling pattern that was present on the skin, I'm looking at the density of those particles surrounding that bullet hole. So that wouldn't necessarily change even if there is curvature of the head versus the flatness of my test fires. I can still see the density around the hole. And certain areas, the autopsy photograph that we looked at on the forehead, it is fairly flat on the forehead. Until we get to the curvature of the head a little bit farther off to the left. So there are some areas which are fairly representative and some that we have to account for variability when I give that range.
Thank you. And then I just had some follow-up a little based off of the operability of the SIG Sauer that is in front of you.
Yeah.
I just had a few follow-up questions. You test fired that on November 12th, 2024, correct?
May I refresh my recollection on the date?
Yes.
So yes, it looks like my test fire date was November 12th of 2024.
And you authored a report based off of the testing that you've done in this case, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you just referenced?
Yes, this is the worksheet in my report which lists the test fire date, yes.
And one of the things you noted when you were doing your testing in this case, well, let me back up. Did you do the physical description on November 4th, 2024?
Yes, I did.
And so you did the physical description at November 4th, 2024, and test fire on 11/12/2024?
That's correct.
And when you received the gun, the 6 hour, did you document where the safety position was?
Yes, I did.
And where was the safety position?
If I can refresh my recollection, and she's referring to the thumb finger safety was in the fire position.
And can you just show the jury kind of what that would look like with the exhibit, what the safety that you looked at?
Yeah. So this is the firearm itself. This is that thumb finger safety there. So the thumb finger safety was in the fire position or it was ready to fire. It was not in the safe position as received at the laboratory, which is what I documented in my worksheet.
And the direction of ejection, was that something you tested?
Yes, it is.
And was it up and to the right?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
So you have that measuring tape in front of you. When you're doing your muzzle to target distance testing, it's the end of the muzzle, end of the barrel to the target, correct?
That's correct, yes.
So somebody pulling that trigger, there's probably a couple of inches between the trigger and the end of the muzzle?
So on this firearm, the barrel length was 3.8 inches. The trigger generally sits right behind where the end of that chamber is or the end of the barrel is. So, from the finger to the target, we'd have to add about maybe 4 inches onto the range that I gave.
Okay, understood. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you for your testimony. And it is the end of the day. We are, I'm told, moving along at a pace that's consistent with what we told you. We're still on track to finish this on time. And so we will pick up tomorrow morning at 8:30. And please don't do any research on the case, pay any attention to the media, do not discuss the case. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 8:30. Thank you. Please be seated. Anything to take up?
Just to forewarn the court, Ms. Sutherland is, going to file a motion in limine relating to the foundational issues that we think are related to the calls, the securest calls the court has allowed in. I don't know if the state intends on admitting those tomorrow, but we just have foundational and 403 objections to those being played without calling the actual person who is being spoken to, and that is something we're briefing for the court judge. So we'll be.
That reminds me that we had talked about, I think I had set a deadline for the state to provide, to identify which of those calls they were intending to play or possibly play, and that if there were any calls identified after that point, you were going to have to make a separate application for those. Is that something we need to discuss at this
We
time?
haven't identified any additional beyond what's been provided.
All right.
And the court has already set the deadline from, so there's,
I set a deadline.
Yes.
And then I said, if you want to try to admit anything past that deadline,
okay.
you need to make a separate application to the court. So that's why I was asking as to whether or not they found anything and they were going to be doing that. Let's do it now because we got a couple minutes, but that doesn't, it's not an issue.
It's not.
So I just wanted to let the court know that we will be filing that. We
When are
will,
you filing it?
shortly, Judge Ms. Sutherland is finalizing it.
All right. Are you planning on filing something in opposition?
I'll probably just choose to argue orally if that's okay.
Okay.
It sounds like it's a foundation. Do we need somebody from DOC or somebody from, or the
I
other
think with their,
person?
I understood it not to be,
The person
the
he's
foundation,
talking
but the
to.
person that's at the other end of the conversation needs to be called.
Yeah,
Is what they're, I think
Correct.
that's the basis. So it's not authenticating it with a records custodian, correct? It's the one-sidedness of it.
I think I can handle that orally, Judge.
Well, with that then, let's make sure that we're here, and you have been on time, but is there any possibility you could show up at like 8:15 for this?
Sure.
Is that,
Yes.
okay? But let me check with JS. Is that? The transporting may not be possible. Okay, well, if you can show up at 8:15, maybe you can have a conversation with your client as to whether or not and if he doesn't, if he wants to be here, that's fine.
I think it's a little more substantive than some
All
other
right.
issues, Judge, and
Well,
I
if you could ask him that,
understood.
and if he chooses to be here for that, that's fine. And we'll wait till he gets here, but, if we can be here at 8:15, I think it's probably unlikely that the defendant will be here at 8:15.
Understood.
You have to transport him. Anything else?
No. Oh, there's an exhibit that I failed to move into evidence. Is it 275, Madam Secretary?
There was one. I think the foundation was laid, the witness was asked all the questions, and you never actually moved to.
It's the magazine and the bullets. I would move at this point to move that into evidence.
Well, there was one from the other day that you had the same issue with.
That is that one.
It was that, okay. Any objection?
No.
And 275 is admitted. All right, thank you all. Well,